One out of 10. 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 6 out of 10. 1 out of 10. 2 out of 1 out of 10. 2 out of 10. 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. 2, 1, 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 2 out of 10. 1 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 out of 10. 2 out of 10. 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10. Pause screen, save ampersand for play screen, world step, press the L1 button to tablet, press the R1 button to tablet, done, play screen, world step, press the
Wish I had a trumpet. Oh. What's up? Good place to sit. I see me. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Because I know. Oh. So it's important to label files. Unfortunately, I do not a lot of times. So there's 25 albums of unknown artists. Also doesn't have to change. Oh, that's true. There's unknown. There. Yes, yes. Smear. That's Paul. Yeah, yeah. Smear. Easy up in here. You know, that's like, you know, but, so, I'm talking about a whole bunch of other shit that ain't got nothing to do with it. That's it, so easy going play. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go like this. Yo, go in that act up. Money gets your whole team forward. The next time I hit you, I'll be on the Ouija board. I ain't got it for things. These kids see on the truth. Make a business and deal when I step in the booth. Get next world smart niggas talking into my booth. Put the things to the yard so you won't get it confused. Looking so that I'm still putting when the ground was rush. Tell my feet, but goddamn it, I'ma see the dream through. Yeah, no one was younger since ours. And the gate when it ain't shit, I'm frontin' so hard. They ain't gonna say they don't roll with us. I put my same thing, baby. I ain't scared to bust. The only first time you know before the captain and call. Y'all, rest of the back, but ain't no frack in the dog. So y'all, back on the taxes like I'm jacking me, dog. I'm waiting for the sign that's because they're closers, dog. When I spaz, that's what's playing against us. My rhyme, you right down that hits on the track. Ride like the white rose and my bitch. You rock, so you rock this. Really look you spitting that toxic. You could never be sure. Real work that hard. I see the vocals screaming and rock the cash on. You say I love rock the cash on. I'm friends with people that take it back. Spit nice, but you don't blast off. I'm with my own song. Is it me or you that's best? You could never be it. When up in this game hating. You could get your heat up in this game hating. Over clips. I mean, of the kind of slim and nutrition stuff. And I think it puts you up. So person, really shoot the game to you. Go back to him, go to the game to do. Glad you ain't nothing like I say, you're frame it too. Yeah, motherfuckers, I came back with I'm like 2-6. Get on the mic, it's in the club. I ain't so with me, like you say, I'm trying to catch up in the end. Those who have this one, please, like, get rich, first state, who's get laid out. The wordplay in the context, and the way that it's shopping and not even like cooking gas shit, really the cowboy I put a rope in his back shit. I take a sound boy, leave his ass in the casket. You feel my style, boy, if you feel the old blasted. I roll on rappers, I put woman in gaskets. I'm talking off cowboy, that's what be on that, but y'all can't hold me, I might set myself with all your shots when I rock shit fast to really spitting fire to make they ass explode so they can tell everybody how ass it felt. I asked myself, is the game movement? Hell yeah. But the hell I wanna send me down there, y'all niggas ain't going to the team. You put this, the city that ain't moving again. I better move from the grooves when I swing. State guys in it, state guys when they step in the ring, but Walmart in the back. Promote the life of folks and say, fuck us that down, but what's the name? When the niggas trying to hold my frame, a lot of dollars, small niggas kicking short on the name. I'm only here to rip it down. On the basement to the top, take blue props, make me drink a fan in the first shot. I put on me, I know they scared me nasty. My style so bad, my swag is so classy. I match my cassie, yo. Nowadays, I'm fully full, so my ass is show. And I know the ain't pulling this box and shit, but step with me, I think to down on some hot some shit, or rocket shit. So don't try to get it. You can toss out a boy, stuff and rock and split. Yeah, I'm spitting how I spit it. Feel it how I hit it. Live it how I live it. You hear me sick with it. My bones move up like that, like my black print on the pictures. You go against the break and smack through what I've been through. Feeling feels you. Looking good with good thoughts. I make them flow to your body, say especially your car. I'm the only nigga working like this. No lie, no coincidence. I'm used to working niggas like this. I'm on the go to illustrate. I'm at that something on mine, cause I like mine. Just wonder what I'm going to say next. I'm real good and fast, too exact. Real set with a set and all this respect that can't contain. My soul be trying to judge us and blame. Folks are turning while I'm just trying to figure they claim. They need it so you can grow. What's your name? What's the flow? Put the show. I'm going to say, spirit alive while you're shopping and bob while you need to feel it in your chest like you lost your fire. You been talking to someone I haven't lived out. Oh, so fuck them out and make me fuck feel like pain my soul. Fuck that, that's just the way that I've grown. Just fuck that is. But when it worked out, I don't stress it. I'ma go to Texas and flip bricks like that. When something is sensitive with two X's. When you're going, going this thing. And everything is on us is the song that we sing. My sin on the saying that we passed the things we had to. While we laughing, it's right about the shit. We the rock, y'all ain't looking at the shit. We were down and they said they want to have a shit. Then we go, all this we feel, we got family off, pistol off, the front up, bundle for this force. Got a mom, for the feather, the force, now rock with me. So we shot with me. So they shot with me. Ain't gotta get radical, man. I see this once. Human respect, what is a man? Checking your chest every chance I can. I turn around and kick my shit and stand by your street fighting like him. That's like this jealous. Cause I don't be writing like them. Y'all fuckers all sound the same. Freestyle writing all film. This shit I kick is gonna shake the good. That's when the place is. Don't wanna see. I'm tired of this thing. But I never in the spot where the range is. But people still love me cause I'm speaking they slang words. Sometimes they shoot on me. But burn with the flames is. I'm all real when they talking walk in this game shit. They catch you with them things that hurt your brain like Kurt Cobain. Really on the hands with the lane, she staying brain with your fucking trans like reviewing nothing. Put someone in jail or she's in my past cooking. Let me holler at you. Step up from this landline, tighten up your strings, finding the true real nigga or you left in the trust. I'm trapping the earth with that shot, I'm looking the film. I'm filled off the top, I drop this. If it's for my top, you know like this. So if you want the world, you better got this. Put this ain't the system in like this. Put it down and shoot profit. About profits. I know who I'm sorry, but you need to stop it. I want about it. Come on. I'm trying to bust this shit. I made a big one for the squad. For the first year, fuck the girls. They got on the sergeant and the captain. Let's get the class started. feel with them. This is the guys on the floor, we sit in the mode, talking up the hash and roll. If the profit is, what you asking me for? This whole shit cracking. I like that cheese and rich rackets. My rap cheese and the roof brackets. Or how I get loose like nuts and balls flying my matches. Try and match this. Man, I fuck up your thing. I don't understand this shot. Motherfuckers to play. They ain't heard the rules and even better than the rules. I got on right with the knocking nigga out of this shit. I'm all for this spitting my shit. But I be with your style like it's in a first degree. I'm all for war. It's all for the food. It's your heart to start. You better be pushing the business. I'm full hard and gas on the end of the space. With the rest of motherfuckers had nothing to say. They couldn't touch me. I touched the tracks and blow like me. Trust me, go hurt the right. Go swear every people trying to free static. I heard them dragons up like crap static. I'm hoping they got like the six holes. I'm gonna face those. Rocking like you got for the tape and something like flop living on the lunch table. That's for the prop, respect for the broad table. My speech is slow, I speak so forward, but then my words are you heard. They got faggots, people that step for the sometimes I heard more than enough. I go hard for 48 bars. Bring this squad, we can have a rap menage a trois. Cause I see models, these looks and see jobless. Shirts are all hip, some you see the hardest. Come on, took the hardest, you will see it the hardest. When my shit drop, I'm gonna get mine regardless. Lots up in the system if you try and make sure ignorant this is I don't go to niggas because I know my position is fuck the little baby try to say that I'm really this group my shit. I ain't signed this shit if they can't do this. Man, my pops don't call me no more. And my mother act like she got locked. Don't love me no more, but that's alright. That's off the road. You can't stop the stores who make the hardest niggas dead. They fall in the floor. That's what I get in my shows. You can do that sound sex. You make sure I'm respecting it with the smoothest flow. And if a motherfucker look through the show, it's cool to know. Not to set what now, and I'm ill with the pills. Between the legs, what he said. What makes you rewind and take? Or y'all blinded, so don't hold your hate.
Cinnamon roll. Porque.
Watch me. Watch, spit 18, smash the beat, the love on the street, have a feeling for another homeless. I'm like, Black magic, how I shine on shit, how I ethnic, not realizing it's so sonic. I put my heart in every line I spoke. From the start, I love the violence. So, the circle so that I understand that shit. Drug worker when the first one says, you put the smoke for the number of blast the shit. And I'm coming through, LA trying to see me go out, I get twisted up, burns, so like, you can see some cars, and so that's so that's what I'm going to see, drug doors, and so that's bullshit. They think that they had shot girls, so they sick with girls, talking out the ground on me. I'm gonna make it sound to you. Intro. But you know he overcrowded, the world just let the band play. I never see the crowd run over. Now my cocky dude out in your mood. So this rap shit, shit on the piece, when the updates like that. I got pixel out, who in the face, all that, you know. This is where it's on the show, compliment in the drill, and I ain't never gave a fuck about what that from. So empire, they will fire. What's your secret? So my crew, I put it through, I really say this shit free. My shit through, I really say this shit free. Come on. Niggas on the sofa, I'm coming over, so back down, over, now they can't over. So I say, why they keep my face. They ain't never seen a nigga freaking world like Jesus. For instance, set me up going up like I make a whole slide, who's up the shoulders strip. They know that's how that make my food. This is the way that I just live and get straight. Y'all niggas getting out of this place. Like a nigga that game, my nigga 15 niggas split. Why this is so running with me? I am quick, pain, I'm letting shit go away with you, brother, with foot, but I'm always you know that I mean, my style is real secret, and exposure for this, but I don't want you to the worst that you when I'm back there, none of them are pushing me off, off like hot, so you better get no, I wait and face it, for my chest to blow, I feel like some bullshit, this is the blood, but never that. I switch the bird. The lands in the girl, I stay thinking about what's the bird. A wise man told me, without 100%, watching everybody, you don't know who's out to your belt. That's a blue side of yourself. A lot of cats just taking maps, but they inviting themselves, cause I do shots, hip hop, build a mansion as well. Cause I do rock and never stop, we got people on the young pop, and you step up to my girl, know what top is, real hip hop is, real hip hop, these some shit, I best believe I got a dream on this, since the dream, and my dream was for dreaming, succeed in this, all my niggas working close to this, shit talking so hard that this ain't things like Jason, shot, guys, and on the road, but I know for sure, bro, I like that. I'm gonna show some ball. You're sort of my game.
Itty bitty ba 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 ba.
Watch out, but take everything from looking for in the street, in my family. Talk about me like you and for the sake my dream.
What are you looking at, Bob? It's staring at my coffee. It's not for you. My coffee. My.
Snatch chassis. Is it side?
In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
My neighbor's pesticide truck. Hear that, Bob? Drums of war beating loud. Rah. Tonka trucks. No Tonka truck. always thought someone should do vocals to this, but it's got to be fucking intense. Bang. Fuck yeah. The bad thing about shatter, when you shatter and it drops in the carpet. But then the good thing is when you find it, clean it off. Smoke it. Smokely dokely, neighbor. Bob's a cat, Bob's a cat, Bob's a cat, Bob's a cat, and he sleeps next to my arm on the couch like a turd. He just lays there, waiting for me to blow smoke on him. Cause he's a junkie, a pothead junkie, just like his daddy. Bob's a cat, Bob's a cat. had the happy song on. See if you think I have it. Maybe scream happy the whole time. Oh, what you know about it? God made me record one night when I was tripping balls. And I came up with some really zany songs. Like this. About cannibalism. Called Cannibal. It's really about eating that peach though. It's true. Balls. Brother be beating him, bro. Ass. Hey, what's up, man? Means what's happening? Bored out of my mind. Yeah, pretty much. Like it's interchangeable and depending which dialect. Like most sort of here is El Salvadorian where I work. But then like in the valley it was more Mexico City. But then in Oxnard it's like a lot of Oaxacan. And then Sadako is traditional. So it's like 5 different blends of that, plus then there's French and German that's been added to it. Shit, it's crazy. What you up to tonight, man? Just getting artwork ready to send out to people. Got opens up, so it holds its classes. It's like Beastmaster. Still a fun thing. Haha.
What's going on, bro?
Fucking just getting high and chilling. All I can
Me
play is
too.
my
I'm
music.
talking about bro. That's what's up. That's what's up. You know how to play the guitar good, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's
I've
up.
been playing a while. Like since I was 12. So
That's player. I can play the
30.
clarinet a little bit, but I ain't played in a long time.
Man, I wish I could play shit like that. I could never get
I
my
don't think I got the lungs for it right now. You really gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have the lungs for that shit.
I got the lungs, I just my lip wouldn't hold the pressure of it. I'd try to do saxophone, it'd be like
No, I'm trying to tell you, you have to practice with your lungs. For really, it's dealing with a lot of lung pressure, like a lot of blowing air out. You know what I'm saying? This shit weird. Shit ain't all that. I ain't saying it ain't easy.
No, I see what you're saying. Kind of like how bagpipes do. Like you have the air bladder effect more. They're trying
Yeah,
to blow. That makes sense.
I never understood. Like I probably I mean, I'll probably have to take like a year or two off from smoking and get back in shape though. But I always had ruthless energy, like when it came to swimming and everything, and holding my breath underwater and everything. And I said, why do I got that? And I said, wow, man, I knew how to play the motherfucking clarinet and that lightweight practice when you're breathing and man, make sure you're gonna have some lungs, you're gonna have some strong lungs fucking around with that shit.
Oh
And
yeah,
like
you
the
got
saxophone, which I never played, but yeah, people that play that type of stuff, they have strong lungs and stuff. Stop, y'all, stop.
Rain. What's up? Rain, not mountain.
It seemed like people have been giving me this this old at the stores. People have been giving me this old infusion hemp flower. They said the first one free. This the third one I got for free, but I don't smoke it though. You know what I'm saying? I haven't smoked it, but yeah, it's some weird shit. Like, huh? Y'all can sell this shit in stores now?
Huh?
It's like legal. Like she opened
Is
up
it
a
like
box to me and said, "Here, the first one free." I said, "You treat me like I'm a addict, huh?" She just said, "Give me 4 of them, goddammit." But I'm like, this shit
I'd be
weird.
like,
It's like,
I'm at 10. Is he
I don't
pretending
know.
or what? Or that's why you need a stooge hanging around so you can roll up a blunt because he's desperate. He ain't never gotten no herb of his own. So you'd be like, here, man, smoke this. And let him try it out. I'm down to 1 bud left of this shit. Ferris Bueller. And then there won't be any more till next year.
My fault.
I
I gotta
gotta
get my dogs. I gotta get my dogs. My fault.
I need to teach this guy how to cure bud though. His trim's really good, but the curing is just he scorched it. Mary Jane energy. That's funny. And they got a Maui Wowie bait. That was nice.
Yeah. My fault.
Oh, I had other buds in my jacket too. Forgot about that shit.
Yeah, I was about to do this little word class here in about an hour.
Right on. Everything is something to do.
Like I
Okay.
knew what quay meant, but I didn't know what possum meant or possum.
It's like some popcorn someone gave me. So I think it's great, babe. Free.
I think I'm about to try to get in to see how many plants I can grow in Ohio because I'm getting my motherfucking my geeker license and shit.
Yeah, get it medical, dude.
Yeah.
Go the medical route, pay the tax, and grow your limit. That's the way to
Yeah.
go. As soon as my kid's old enough to stay away from the shit, and not fuck up the lights or the plants, I'm ready to rock. I got my rigs just sitting in my garage. I got lights, I got fucking fans, I got everything just sitting there. I just chop out the seeds to people locally and let them grow them, and then they just give me a kickback, whatever they grow, until I can get the satellite garden or two going.
Yeah,
Fucking
you
the
better.
economy fucked it up, dude. It sucked. I had 2 spots I was going to open into, and then COVID hit, and that just threw everybody off. And one was just industrial hemp. Like these guys just had extra space, and they're like, "Hey, if you want to buy into this space and grow some industrial hemp with us, you can make like 10 times your money back." And I'm like, "Damn, I'm down to do that." And then COVID came, and all that got derailed for a minute.
What I heard, and I'm gonna say I heard, You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not an expert at it, and I just looked into it and ain't did no root words, or it ain't my profession. How about that?
Right.
But me and my friends have before, and I keep it hesitant though because you know what I'm saying. It's just it's good for certain people's, but we done had a basement full of smoke before, and mines didn't go good because I was running back and forth to different cities, and I'd only go up there and look at my stuff maybe 3 times a week.
Oh no, you need to look at it every day.
See what I'm saying though? But don't underestimate like I still got my lights and everything. I still was doing stuff. So I'm just trying to say I have been around it for at least 10 years. But
Right on.
what I'm looking at it is if you do hemp, like you said, stuff that don't have THC in it past 2% or 3%, there is a lot of money in that shit. Like when you make hempcrete and shit.
Hempcrete, fucking fabric. There's thousands of industrial textile uses. That's why the government still uses this stuff for it. All your army uniforms, hemp, flag, hemp, like sailboats. They're not using canvas. They're using hemp. The parachutes are hemp. I mean, it's just common sense. You got a stronger fabric, you use it.
Yeah, hell yeah. And
You can
I
grow
mean,
the ruderalis. There's strains of ruderalis that are like the industrial version, the hemp version, and they will crystal up. They don't bud. Like any little buds you get are just gonna be like nothings. But the fucking everything, every leaf on that thing is just crystals. And you let that bad boy dry out. We call it a hash plant out here because it makes so much hash. And then we try to crossbreed it. That's how Black Dominic came
something
out.
that I like looking at. I had one of them super microscopes that you look inside of it, and I like looking at them little brown things turn white.
The trichomes.
Or yeah, there you go. Yeah, I used to like looking inside that shit. I used to think I was a scientist. Like, ooh, this before I even thought about coming to more or inside the YouTube community. I'm like, ooh, I'm scientist Dre around here. I'm looking inside the.
No,
God damn it!
that is science, dude. We have to get there with the jeweler's loop and look over every few buds and look and see, because once it hits 75% wilted, then it's ready to pluck. Like that's just peak potency for us.
Yeah, I really went through that transfer. I really seen and did that shit. But everybody else, they was in the city and they was looking at their stuff every day. And I was just doing this, you know what I'm saying, though. But I turned it upside down. I did everything. I turned my light, and so it's gonna be unless a person is professional at it, it's gonna be hard for you know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to tell you that I've been around it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, I think we slipping growing shit like that. I think we should do that hemp shit like you were saying, especially if you got like an acre. You could just throw some male seeds and
not even stress. You ain't even got to worry about it becoming sensey. And hash is the best form anyway. Like,
what do you mean?
Yeah, dude, wax concentrate. This is all concentrate. See how clean that shit is?
That comes off a male plant?
No, that's buds, processed buds.
Oh.
With, lemon kush. But
what does that mean though? What, I don't like. What does that mean though? Like when you
like
how do you make it like that?
This right here is the equivalent of 5 good bong hits at once. A bud. It's like a 4-to-1, 5-to-1 ratio, depending on how strong your concentrate is.
How do you make it?
You can use CO2 to extract it by forcing gas through it, and it breaks the trichomes free and liquefies when the gas liquefies and the pressure. Or you can use solvents. But most people now use closed system CO2 loop systems. So it pushes the CO2 gas through, pumps all the juice out, and then extracts the CO2 right back out, so there's no waste of gas.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Like think of like a big metal loop with ports, and then up one side, it's sucking the gas through the product, and then the wax comes out and deposits in the other side, and then the gas is just pumped out.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
It's complex, but it's basic.
So you saying that it's the resin of the plant?
Well, it's all the THC extracted out of the leaf and out of the stem and out of the bud. You just
But it
grind that
looked like
shit.
resin,
Yeah.
or
When
like
you touch the plant and it's sticky, this is what you're touching, the THC, the trichomes. This is all trichome purity. Just, it's the shit, dude. Ask anybody, be like, you like dabs? And they'll be like, fuck, yeah.
yeah, I seen dabs. I just didn't trust it and I didn't know what it was. That's all.
It's just concentrated.
And then I heard a couple bad things about people that not the well dabs, okay, not really dabs, but you know how people like I didn't have to dab one of them pipe things where you push the button and you smoke it, and you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like,
Some
but
of them are fucking straight up fraud.
yeah, they said certain people be making their own product and it be fucking people's lungs up and shit. So I fell back off that shit. I said, hold on, I'm gonna go back and smoke some
They
weed. So I
actually
know
shut
some.
those guys down. They were down in fucking Riverside. They were cutting the vape juice with super glue solvent to save money.
Wow.
That's why it was fucking up people's lungs.
Yeah, so that's why. Cause a month ago, 2 months ago, I was smoking the shit out of a motherfucking vapor stick, a weed vapor stick. And a couple people said, "Don't get it from the such and such. Don't get it from such and such." I said, "What you mean?" And it was like they selling some like bullshit. I said, "Man, I'll go kill one of them." I said, "I'm done with this shit. Don't have me out here, motherfucking flipping out on one of these motherfuckers or some shit."
No, I know customers personally. I dealt with them for years. Like on a professional level, and it's just a customer. Like it's funny, dude.
Yeah.
You'll be a supplier and a customer all at once, all amongst the same people. So one day you'll be selling your shit to one dude, the next day you'll be buying your shit back.
Let's see if you got like an acre or two, and nobody 100 miles either way is doing it, and you could do it legally. That's a hell of a, you know what I'm saying? Like that's like damn, would we be saying? Would you be talking about out in California? That's like, wait, I can't say it's new down here, but most of these motherfuckers getting they shit from like Canada and paying $60 a little
They're getting
cartridge.
robbed. They're getting robbed, dude. If y'all would legalize the shit, you know how much the price is now since legalization?
It's
$6 a
legal.
gram.
It's legal now, bro.
It should be $6 a fucking gram. And once people
Okay.
start going and taking advantage, it probably will. It'll drop. You'll see. And then the black market shrivels up because you can't afford to fucking. You're only getting it at a cut price. You know, there's no money to be made anymore.
So if you don't got an acre or two, it's over with for you.
Well, no, I mean, if you have like a select few people that depend on you, you can make your steady 40 off them.
No,
You know?
I didn't say that. My fault. Just hear me out a little bit. The way it is right now, nobody that grows weed still makes money off of it if they want to. But the way I think you're saying is in the future.
The grower makes money, and then they're selling it right to a shop. So it's like all the old outlets of people selling it to each other are just dried up. Nobody slings bud anymore because there's no need to. It's not cost effective.
But that's just cutting out the middleman, and don't the people with the field still make money?
Yeah. If you're growing it, you still make money.
Okay, that's all I was trying to say is.
In some cases, they're making more money. If you have good product, you can charge more because the demand's gone up.
Yeah.
So it's like we need more and more crops.
I don't call it God, but hey, if it's God or if it's a inner God or if it's a karma or if it's a vision, he got me out in this country to grow some motherfucking marijuana and potatoes. I'm telling you. Legally though. Like, wow, I can't believe the day I said I could do this shit legally. I can't believe I'm really in that predicament right now. Like,
the best thing I ever felt was the first time the cops came and they're just walking through the warehouse and there's just like fucking plants overhead and you're just like, holy shit, dude. And they're just like, wow, these look really healthy. Good job. And they checked their licenses and everything was kosher and they went on their way. And that was the end of it. And I was just like, wow. This is like, it didn't even feel like America anymore. Because before in America, you'd be like, oh my God, I have a joint on me. I got to shove this shit in my ass or something real quick.
Nah,
And then
seriously.
now they can come in and just walk through a fucking full-on grow setup and just appreciate the shit. Like, that's a long way.
Hey man, this 2021. In 2011. So I'm gonna say 2009. That's when we was going to California. We was going to Orange County, and we know Busy Bone and all them. Blah 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 blah. You understand?
That's when I moved out here.
Okay. I'm just like,
Moved
but
back
in
to shit.
Ohio, I know certain people that was bringing weed back through the through UPS.
Right.
Do you know these motherfuckers got busted with like 20 pounds, and they gave these motherfuckers like 5 years?
Damn.
No, what I'm talking about is you can't even get time for that right now if you do it legally. That's what I'm trying to say. The mental transformation, like you saying, is deep, but people in the Midwest ain't getting it as quick, and it's a cash crop if you could understand to come up here. And like I'm trying to say, get my $250 doctor order, grow me like 7 to 12 plants, and then get somebody else with $250, tell them I'm growing their marijuana or growing their shit, and I just think that's a way to grow that shit.
Well, the Midwest won't embrace it until everything's in place for them to mass market it. You know, like they're mega agro farms, so they're gonna want to grow like 5,000 acres of it. They're wanting Philip Morris size shit before they step into the ball field, and they want to make sure it's taxed and heavily regulated like alcohol, because that's just how those people are in that side, like that part of America.
Yeah, you're right about that. I like how you said that. You put the political side. What I'm trying to say is, though, like that weed that's grown in Ohio, it's good. Or that weed that's grown outside is good, but motherfuckers be liking that Cali weed, man. If it ain't Cali weed, we be salty up here in Ohio. We ready to kill people who don't got that Cali weed, man. We be mad as fuck, man. We be mad as fuck, like fucking Colorado, Oregon shit. Real
You
time.
gotta clone, right? You know how to make clones? Like, you know how to make clones?
Yeah, I done seen people make clones. I can't say I done seen people do that shit, but I can't say I done seen people with like 700 clones. I can't say I was in the loop of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not hard to do. It's pretty easy. Like, you can watch online videos. I think I made a video on one of my old channels.
Yeah, I know it got to be easy to do because my dude, he did like 50 of them, and I like by the time I got done rolling 3 blunts, and I think I played a John Madden game. He did at least 50 to 100 of them. He like to make sure, because I was asking him like, "Ooh, how you do it?" And I think he let me videotape it for real. I think he let me videotape it, but you cut it 45-degree angle, then you put some certain type of shit around it and stick it in the ground. Yeah. Like,
you just got to make sure the moisture's right for a minute. Keep them in that dome. Little terrarium starter, the root starters.
Yeah, and he told me he wasn't scared of that. He was like, "Oh, that's why I said." He said, "I said, damn man, why you got me in here, man? You got me in trouble." He said, "Look, man, these plants are so small. I don't even think we can get in trouble for these little plants over here. It's like as long as they're clone and they ain't certain size, they can't even charge you with certain shit or some shit like."
That's right.
It's some
They're
weird
not technically plants.
Huh?
They're not technically plants. They're not viable.
Okay, yeah.
Until they have
My dude
roots.
was real smart.
The second they have roots showing, they're a viable plant, and then they can charge you depending on where you live.
Oh, okay. He knew that loophole. I can say that. He knew that little loophole. Yeah, he had like, this is in his regular house though. Like he had nothing but like he had so many clones, like wifey and little kids had to walk over him, but they was respecting it. Like, look, as long as they ain't clone status, I'm good.
That's how you do. You find that little loophole and you turn into vapor and float through it. I see you on the other side.
Hold on, what you mean? So you mean you could take a clone that's in its baby stage and turn it into something cash profit?
Yeah, a clone just turns into another plant. So you have your mature mother, right? That's A. And then say here's a branch, bam, that becomes another plant. And then there's another branch, that's another plant. Pretty soon you have a full tray off of one plant. Like you just multiply and multiply, and then you keep your mothers in a constant state of veg in a separate room and keep them right. It's all about nutrients and nurture. You got to spend time
Yeah,
with them.
come
You
on,
got
man. I'm excellent on that part now. That's
to,
wrong for me to say. That is disrespectful, but I understand. When I think we was doing it, I think that the water had to be I think it was a 7.5 pH balance or 6.8. I just trust me. I remember the numbers, and I think we had our low and our high. And my one dude, he said we was doing it wrong. We should just have regular fish and then just give it the fish water. We was having that one stuff that the pH low and the pH high.
yeah,
You
you
know what
got
I'm
a
saying?
pH. I prefer a 7 on mine. Like when I first
Okay,
started,
just
I was
know that I remember the numbers. Just know that I remember that it was some type of number. So I'm a little
yeah,
jazzy on that though. And
the
when you
fish
say
emulsion.
keep it in the vegetal groove, I think that's like a 12-12 hour or some shit like that.
12 is your flour. 18
Okay, my
6.
fault. Well, okay. When it ain't 12-12, that's when that's what you were
That's
saying.
your mom and your babies. Yeah,
Okay.
like you have like a good 2 or 3 moms that you can pluck off of, and you just start 2 or 3 plants every couple of weeks, and then you're just constantly harvesting and replenishing. It's called the sea of green method. Like that's an old school method for doing like 1 or 2 hydro trays, but you can easily adapt it up to a larger scale. But if I had a basement, I would run a DWC system, the deep water culture. It's basically like a series of buckets connected by tubing, and then the
That's how my
plants are,
dude do it.
yeah, right on. So you know what I'm talking about. Like
Now I'm
that's the
talking
best
about my
potency wise.
dude. He was doing this shit so sweet where he don't even talk to us no more if we ain't doing it. Like seriously, he like y'all stupid. He moved to Michigan like y'all just stupid. Like like he's still cool with us. Be like, look, man, you see what the fuck I'm doing? Get the fuck away from me if you ain't on my level. Yeah, he was doing that. He a mastermind of that shit. Like, get the fuck away from me, all y'all. But one thing I was trying to say though, something that he showed us, and he got it from a white country dude that stayed up in Akron. He took us up there and there. That's wrong to say Akron, somewhere up by Noble, Ohio. Look, when you said deep water culture, they use fish inside their deep water culture, and that made the pH balance naturally
Oh
pH
yeah,
balance.
the tilapia.
I don't get me to start lying. I don't know what type of fish they had, but I just remember they was like, we use the fish water with the fish in it, and that makes it naturally pH balanced.
Yeah, it's
That's just
that's an aqua.
what I'm saying.
I had somebody, this chick Flocka did that out here, and I
Now
seen
hold
it.
on,
It
let me
had
ask
like
you one
different.
question. My fault. I'm just asking you a question as a student. My fault for trying to overtalk you, but
Oh,
what
you're
we
cool.
was doing, what we was doing is what I learned a strong lesson about water that they feed us. We was oxyadi in the water, whatever the fuck where we had to get them oxygen pumps and strip the water.
Right.
And then you had to buy the pH bottom, pH low, and the pH high. And then you know what I'm saying, luckily get the water right. Now they went around that system. They said, look, they teach you to strip the water to nothing where it ain't water no more. It's just a liquid. And then they make you feed shit. So that's why a lot of our plants was fucked up. They said, look, just get some whole bunch of regular rocks from outside of the creek, fill it up with water, put it inside of a motherfucking fish tank, and then get some fish. And the bigger they grow and the more you get, you just make the fish tank bigger. And that's what you feed your fish with. I mean, that's what you feed your crops with. I said, damn, and it's always crops was simply strong.
Yeah, because the fish emulsion is basically just the fish shit, and that goes right back into the nutrients of the plant. It's better for veg though. Like honestly, it's a good system for veg, but I wouldn't flour with it because the fish emulsion's too high in phosphorus and other nutrients that the plant doesn't need during the bud cycle. Like
You know, I
all I really
think,
use, huh?
let me make sure I say this right. Let me make sure I say this right. The only thing I ain't like about what the white dude was doing, it seemed like he shot up his plants in that cycle. Like I remember he would take a needle and he would poke inside of a plant when it was blooming or when it was
That's he was shooting CO2 into him.
Ah, okay. Well, that made them motherfuckers mighty strong, or some
Yeah,
weird
you can
shit.
do that, or most people you just have a CO2 system like a tank with a diffuser running, so it puts out enough CO2, and then you put it to your sentinel system, or you have someone manually just go in there and open a tank for a minute and a half and close it.
Oh, so that makes so you saying that, like, say if you had a greenhouse, I'll just put it inside of a greenhouse or a room. If you threw H2O in there, like you said, or whatever the fuck the word letters is, the plants would suck that up and spit out. You know what I'm saying? And spit out whatever, like the plant cycles do. Like they suck in H2O and carbon dioxide, and then they.
They just exhale the oxygen to us.
There
So
you
they
go.
want,
Okay.
they want to
Yeah.
suck that carbon dioxide. If you're shooting it into the veins, it's like fucking steroids and heroin all at once. They're just like, thank you,
See,
Jesus. And they
that's
just
what I
beat
was
them.
trying to say, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if it was the right way to do it. I was trying to say, yeah, he shoot it up with like heroin. I was trying to say that, like, yeah, he shoot up with steroids,
It's
yeah.
good, man. The inside of the weed stalk is hollow, like a straw. So like it'll suck it right on in. Like, but it's all on the strain. Like some strains just give you beefier buds, and some are always going to be wispy. Like Super Silver Platinum Kush, it's tits to smoke, but you never make money on the weight because it's all little wispy finger long buds. Or like a blueberry or OG is going to give you some fat nugs, like the dense hand sized ones, like in my videos. Above the sky, like we were the only ones having that. And I only had it because my boss finally let me grow it after 2 years of being mentored, teaching me. But then it was like, fuck yeah, I made it because 2 years, bam, now I got this strain that only two other people are growing. I still got seeds that I tucked away, but I'm not giving them out. I give out my seeds that I developed because I developed them.
I want to, like, do you think a greenhouse is like, if you had a heated greenhouse, do you think that's a good way to grow marijuana if you in, or grow hemp if you inside of an area that the weather changes a lot?
Hells yeah. Especially Ohio, y'all get a lot of rain. You don't want moldy buds. Like you get some tree size shit, but then that moisture is gonna fuck up the buds if it gets wet. And once you got bud rot, like you gotta blast all that shit. Turn
So
it
what
into
does that mean? That you need a greenhouse or like the inside of a house or something?
like I would always I love the idea of a greenhouse where it can just have a nice open sun. Because you only need it to be like 68, 72 during your veg cycles. And then you only want it to go up to maybe pushing it as high as 86 for your flower cycle. So you don't really have to add too much heat. And depending on the size of the greenhouse, you can have some natural airflow filtration systems so you're not running fans, or make it all solar. So like your pumps and your water systems are all solar. But then also have paddle wheels and rig them back so then you have your solar power hydroelectric at the same time. So you're making even more cash out of the fucking power company for growing your weed to make you even more money and to make you free smoke, which saves you money, making you more money. So then you're just fucking, and Uncle Sam is just like crying into the pillow at this point. But I digress.
You went over my head with that one.
I know I'm about to watch Marin replay sometimes. Like, what the hell was I talking about? But no, it makes sense. Like,
No, I understand what you're saying. It's just that I'm not, you know what I'm saying? My science is more on history and root words. You just took it there like a lot of people be talking about something about like in over here right now. I still don't understand it, but everybody's saying we're stupid on the west side of Portsmouth not to get into it. They're trying to pay people to get solar energy.
yeah,
And they're trying, huh?
it's good to have solar if you have places to store some of it. Like that's the
What
only
do you
problem.
mean?
It has to, like, right at this point, they're making enough with solar and generating enough power that people have to kind of burn it like wildfire for it to stay valuable. because there's not enough capacitor battery things or whatever they call them to store up what's being generated.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because I was looking into that because I watched the Denver news and I watch lots of news from everywhere around America just for shits and giggles. And like Denver was crying, the zoo doesn't have enough money to feed the animals. It's not in the budget. I'm like, well, y'all had enough money to light up your Christmas parade shit with the parade of lights. Like, you telling me that don't cost no money? If I light my house up, just my house on the outside with Christmas lights, that's, extra $30 just for that. So you imagine a whole park full of shit like that. At least costs, $1,000 to run. But just the amount of power consumed is the issue. So, yeah, it kind of turns out they do it that way. Like, not a rebate, but like how the Alaskans get paid for the oil getting pumped,
Okay, I like how you said that. What does that mean, a rebate?
A rebate's when you send in your coupon and the company sends you back money. Not a refund, but a rebate. They're saying, hey, thank you for being loyal. Here's $2 back on your purchase for taking the time to play with our little system. We fell off the face of Earth. Oh. Damn, that's funny. I've been looking at my face like this side and I'm thinking, damn, my face looks swollen. But it's actually this side of my face that I felt like was swollen. Now I feel like I'm fat. I have to go bulimic, I guess. Nah, never again. Bulimia is bad, boys and girls. There we go. Boom. Welcome back.
No fault about that.
Like, I know all the history that I learned in school and college. Like, I majored in archaeology and anthropology and world history and U.S. history. Like, I took all that shit, all of it. Like, so I'm well versed in all that stuff. But then it's like you have to explore the unwritten history and the familial tales that people hand down, and kind of patchwork it all together and make it fit. It has to all fit the narrative. And that's what makes the actual narrative. Once you can make it all fit and see the patterns and see where the patterns are fake and real, and it's really intricate shit they did to rewrite everything and fool everybody just to keep everybody in a constant state of worry and chaos.
Yeah, I wish I could have a information exchange with the academic world. I'd like to see. Woo, I'd like to do that.
Go to community college, dude. The government pays you for that shit. They paid me like $3,500 a semester, and most of my
To
classes I
do
did them
what?
online. Like, I got on the laptop for everything but yoga. The government paid me to take yoga class. Like, come on, you have to be crazy
For
not
real?
to do that. Yeah, and dude, yoga. Think about it. It's pretty much you and 45 women, and then a couple other dudes that are smart enough to go. I need a sports elective. I'm taking yoga. Bam. It's just like, can you lift this? Can you lift that? Like, damn right I can. Here you go, ladies. Bam. I was handing out weights, everything. I was taught to be helpful. But nah, college was
I've been hearing
awesome.
people get paid off college too. You're right. Motherfucker need to go to
I
school
only
for
need
that.
like six or seven credits left, I think, before I get my BA. And then I have a degree in anthropology and archaeology with a minor in history, which I can flip either way because I got the same credits on all of them. But like I got in a car wreck, so I had to drop out, and that derailed me for a while. So I had to wait. I think next year my wait period is over, and I can requalify and get the FAFSA money again, and then whatever else grants I was getting. So it's all like, it's awesome. What I'll do with those degrees, who knows? Maybe I'll become a professor. That would be fucking hilarious. Like, welcome to class.
And that's why.
Take your book and burn that motherfucker because it's lies.
I think he just motivated me though.
You need the motivation, man. You're a
I
smart
think he
guy.
just motivated me.
Like, then people can't say, what can they say to you after that? Like, what? I went to college. I made a fucking A in anthropology. I made an A in world history. So if you want to argue what's written and acknowledged by everybody else in the world except for this little sliver of humanity as factual, like, yeah, we can argue that, but you got to realize you're arguing 90% of the world when you come up with the pseudo shit. Like, that was my point. It's like everybody's trying to back up all these crazy points, and it's like you're using Google and Wikipedia and books written by people that used Google and Wikipedia. And their only outside information that they're really pulling from book-wise is from the 60s and beyond. Like, nobody's got books written in the 30s about anything. Like, all I can find are periodicals and bullshit. Like, people didn't write nothing in between research papers and textbooks and trash. Like, all the in-betweens missing. Same with World War II. Like, everybody's always dissing Europe. Europe doesn't have this, Europe doesn't have that. Well, look how many wars have taken place over there where they destroyed shit. They burned all their libraries. Like, everybody discounts everything. Yeah, that'd be cool, man. If you had that degree, that would shut it all down. Be like, here's my scholarship. I got a fucking Bachelor of Fine Arts in words.
Yeah.
That'd be some shit.
Yeah, I like
Man,
that. Or at least be certified that I am a person that went to college for it. Just I feel what you're saying.
yeah, because even if you don't fully complete it, like, I didn't complete mine because I have to do 3 PE classes, and then like another art, and then I think a language or another math class. Like, I got some basic shit to take to finish mine. The kid takes up all my time with work, and the kid, it's like, I'd rather wait till he's a little bit older and I can devote more time to it. I took sculpting. Like, I know how to sculpt marble. Like, you can learn all kinds of cool shit. You don't have to just go there and learn gender studies and dumb shit. Like, people waste their money and time if they learn that kind of crap. Like, go there and learn a real fucking skill. Like, baby mama, she took nutritional classes. That was her major. So she's about to get her degree whenever she goes back to, because she was in the same car wreck. Like, it fucked both our college up in the same time. But yeah, like, applicable skills, there's no arguments. Like, someone says, "Oh, she can be like, you shouldn't eat that," and they can't even argue her because they know she went to school, real school, and learned real shit. Anybody that wants to argue real shit like that, it's like, well, what do you got? I forget who it was earlier. You're telling them, show me some proof, and they wouldn't jump up and show anything.
As smart as I think my scholarship is, though, it still need to have some type of degree behind it. Though I agree with you.
Yeah, because once you got the paperwork, that's it. Like,
I gotta
even
agree with that.
When my cousin and me first went into like the army to get recruited, they looked at us differently. Even though he was bigger and stronger, he had a GED and I had the diploma from high school. So I was given preferential treatment. Like, they were asking me, Like we were supposed to do the buddy system. Like, where would you like to go? You know, where do you guys want to be at? Tell me. You know, I'm like, well, blah blah. So it's like they automatically deferred to me because they knew I was more committed to shit because I had gotten the diploma versus the GED.
Wow. So you saying a person, like say
Well, I mean,
a person that's smart, like the average person can't get into the Air Force or Navy, can they?
the Air Force, you got to be short. Like the airplane cockpits are really tiny, and if you're too tall, you're going to be a mechanic or some shit like that. And then
But I'm saying on the education level, they just ain't gonna take no GED recruit to the Air Force.
it's harder for them. If you have college experience of any kind, though, they'll make you an officer and put you through officer training once you go out of boot camp early and switch over to officer school.
Oh.
And that's when you get fucking rank, and that's when you're the commander versus just being a grunt. Like, my dad could have been an officer, but he chose to just be regular and worked his way up through the Navy. So he only became a master chief, like an E9. I mean, that's pretty good, but, you know, that was like 22, 23 years of his life. If he'd used his college shit, he could have jumped ahead and been a officer within like 6 years, like a good rank. He would have been living like kings.
I'll feel you on that one.
Because in my mind, it's like when you're with the Navy and shit like that, you're gone all the time anyway, same exact place. Why be the stooge when you can be the king of the stooge? It's better pay for the same amount of labor. Smoke some of this. Got a Maui Wowie cartridge the other day for work.
You think America about to go into a super horrible bad place?
It depends if they fall for it or not.
Huh?
It all depends if they fall for the trick or not.
Okay, wow, that's a deep answer. I like how you say that's a deep answer.
I was talking to my boss, one of my bosses, the managers, Matt, today. He was like, so what do you think's going on with all this shit? He's like, you study up on shit. I hear you listen to all these different people. I was like, honestly, you ever been at a party where, like, you know, someone stole some shit out of the coat room and everybody in there's on the same wavelength and they know who did it and nobody's saying shit and ain't nobody acting up or nothing. Everybody's just letting it slide and the guy thinks they got away with it. And then it's at that one moment and then they're like, so, music stops and like, someone took my jacket, yo. And they just look around the room like, which one of you was it? And everybody just all kind of looks over at the one dude because they all know he did it, and he did do it. That's how it kind of feels like to me, but I have been wrong before.
Yeah. But you gave a good answer though, like everybody is really seeing it now.
Exactly. It's all being exposed versus, well, hey, we caught this guy way after the fact. Ever since Epstein shit got weird, that's when everything shut down. Everybody got COVID and everything was just ground to a halt. Like it could be one big strategic play with all 5 fingers of that hand trying to pull rank on everybody. But then it's like, for who? For what purpose? If there's not a real spiritual war between God and the devil, then the only stakes are bullshit. Because the rich people already have all the money. They won. Like, it's a done deal. The best we can hope for is a house, a car, and a family and pets, you know?
But let me make sure I say this right. But slavery is illegal now, so ever since 1856, everything had to be involuntarily, or consent.
Yeah, you have to
And I
enter
think,
into your own bond. That's how
yeah,
it's stated. I think it says you have to enter freely into your own bond. That's why you have to be 18 to sign a contract, because your word is your bond, and you're signing your fucking life away sometimes. That's why my grandpa taught me, don't go signing for fucking a car, don't go signing for a loan, don't co-sign shit. You know, like go in there and have the money to pay for that shit, pay for it, and be done.
yeah. And I was just like, I think, like you said, this is the big trick, or the big
They're setting
involuntary
people up.
servitude.
I saw news, it was like they popped it at 3 a.m. East Coast time on one of the Virginia channels I watch the news, and they're like, I'm the housing guy, Virginia, and you know, you're gonna get these notices in the mail that you have to pay up your money within 2 weeks, or set up a payment plan within 2 weeks to pay your back rent or face eviction. He's like, but don't get overwhelmed. You know, it's we have to do it by law. We have to send these out. And he's like, but you know, you have to take them seriously and comply with them. And if you don't set up the payment plan or start paying it off or pay it off in full, then we're going to start the eviction process. He's like, but again, don't be overwhelmed. You know, just call us and talk it out. We'll settle through this somehow. And it's like, what the fuck? You're really going to start evicting people over some shit like that? It tells me they want some shit to happen. And not everybody's going for it, though. It's just like the COVID. There's some places that are, like today they said LA had 20,000 new cases. Like, how? From what?
Impossible.
Well, by their numbers, everybody in LA has had this shit 4 times over. They seriously say there's 5,000 to 10,000 people a day. And then today they came up with 20,000 new cases. Like, how'd you manage to test all those people if the hospitals are so overflowing and you can't deal with the people you have, but you suddenly made time to test and get the results from 20,000 new people in just one day? Same with the electoral college bullshit, dude. Like, we got to take all, like, you telling me it took you more than 10 minutes to count up to fucking 270 votes? Y'all made a fucking whole state recount in one day. A whole state recount. That's millions plus some that weren't even there. But I digress. And y'all can do that in one day. Oh, this state voted. And then watching that motherfucker. Like, I don't care for Biden or Trump. I was never for either one of them. But watching Biden's appointment of that guy, it's like, man, are you on smack? I'm appointing this guy. And that was crazy shit too. Like, you ever watch SVU, the Law and Order show?
I did before. I used to.
I think it was in season 15. But they had an episode with Robin Williams, right? And he played this professor that was teaching people about Skinner and the different psychologists that would teach people to override their own sense of right and wrong and follow orders. And his name was Merrick Garland. Just like fucking dude's appointment's name. And I was like, man, what an odd name to only heard twice in my lifetime, and it's those 2 characters. But it was a really, really good episode. SVU. Robin Williams played a brilliant guy. Like, that shit has you sitting on the edge of your seat like, damn! And then at the end, you don't know if he escaped or not, or if he died drowning in the river. Props to Speedweed for that episode.
I think it's about to hit the fan around here. And after it's over with, whoever left in America gonna be good. Because everybody's gonna be woke.
There's going to be something, and there's going to be everybody else going to be like, I told you so. Like, now what? Oh, now you need some food. Now you want to talk to me. Now you want to be friends in reality. All right. Like, luckily for them, I was taught to be nice like that and love people, so I'll be kosher. But Not everybody's going to be like that. That's the sad part. There's going to be a lot of people like, no, it's mine, mine. I'm not sharing. Grasshoppers and ants, full effect, nature overcoming everybody. But that's how it's got to be. It's got to be that way. That's what makes the peace once everything gets sifted out. And gold with gold, diamond with diamond, sand with sand. It's just part of the process, you know? You have to have the dark ages before you can have a renaissance. And this is our dark ages. We're in like stage 1 still, where they have to expose all the bullshit knowledge and all the other shit. And you watch the news, and if you really watch it for what it is, it's basically just the cops are fighting the cops. Like when you're watching a cop show and they break in and they're like, well, hey man, this is our DEA raid. And they're like, well, this is our homicide raid. And they're like, well, is anybody in here not a cop? And one guy raised his hand like, I'm not a cop. Like that's what the news is like. That's what a lot of it's like for me when I watch it. It's like, y'all are retarded. You don't even understand. Someone's playing you like perfectly, just going, you guys see this? You guys are watching this, right? And they're laughing at him. They're just laughing at him.
I just wonder how this new world gonna be. Yeah, Trump a motherfucker. As much as I fuck with him, he's still one of them motherfuckers too.
You never know. If he's playing the ultimate sting operation with Pence, see if they go through it ahead and decide to pull Trump out of office early, then Pence can do whatever he wants and declare martial law and lock down. Like there's so many options for him, but there's always those options.
Nah, they got to go to the next stage right now. The consensus in America is we ain't taking the vaccine.
Yeah, so they're moving on to part. Did you see that there's supposed to be disclosure in 180 days was part of the stimulus that he signed off on?
What you mean?
For alien disclosure, full disclosure in 180 days. Like that.
What does that mean, bro?
It means in 180 days, legally, that stimulus bill that they passed says they have to let the public know whatever they know about aliens. Not pages of shit with all the words blacked out or any of the dumb shit anymore. It's got to be like facts.
Oh yeah, the truth about to come out about everything. They have to tell the truth. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't believe it. My fault, brother. Go ahead. I didn't know you was talking. I apologize.
I was saying they came up with that during Reagan and Gorbachev summit. They said the only way we can truly unite everybody is to create a threat greater than communism or Nazism or socialism or any ism. So they thought the idea of space invasion would unite everybody, the common enemy. So then they started pushing the movies harder and harder. Independence Day, this and that and the other. Like, yeah, the whole world joins together to fight fucking space aliens. It could be one big just farce and everybody's just out there shooting drones like laser tag. Just for some shits and giggles for some rich asshole. Just to see how gullible fucking people are. They think they're so brilliant, but look how gullible they are. And they're just sitting in their little circle like, pass me that shit.
I think it's the Americans. I think it's the Americans.
I think America is the Truman Show. Like the whole nation. All of it. When you're in America, you're on the fucking show. Test it out. Walk around town and be like, yo, I want wardrobe change. I need some wardrobe. And fucking, sure enough, a couple of days later, somebody will be like, hey, I thought you might use these clothes. People at work or people you know, they'll bring you shit. Because somebody caught your episode and they're like, yeah, man, send that dude some shit. I ain't bought a computer or a TV or a game system in like 2 decades almost. Because I just go out and I'd be like, man, if I'm supposed to be playing these fucking games and talking about them with people, then y'all are going to have to give me a fucking system. And sure enough, somebody's like, hey man, I got this extra fucking PS3s or whatever the fuck's popular at the time. You want it? I'd be like, yeah, here's some buzz. Take that shit. and bam, then I'll have a video game. Or they'll just give it to me. Joel gives me a lot of that shit for free. He's like, you got a Wii? I'm like, nah. He's like, you want one? I'm like, all right. He's bringing me a 44-inch TV. Like, the dude got all kinds of shit. He's a pack rat. Poor guy. I think that dude had the roughest fucking holiday week in history. Because the week prior to that, he had to put the dog to sleep. His mom died. And then right after Christmas Day, his son died of a heart attack.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
I sat up with him till like 5 in the morning the one night.
Who are you talking about?
One of my clients, he's like an old guy. He suffered. He was in a motorcycle wreck a long time ago and had a portion of his brain removed because of hemorrhaging. So like he was a medical marijuana client before they legalized, and then he was just always hanging out because he only lived a few blocks down the road from me. So we just became good friends anyway. So he still comes over all the time and kicks it, hangs out with me and the kid, plays joint, shit like that. But like he's like 67, so I mean, his mom was in the 90s. But his son was only 34. And I was like, damn, dude. Like I'd met his son.
That's painful.
Yeah, his son wasn't in horrible shape or anything. He said he just fucking, bam. He was clean. His system was clean. So he wasn't on any dope or anything crazy. Just one of those things. Everybody's clock's wound to a certain amount for this plane of existence.
That's deep.
If they could prove Noah, that would be a step towards unity, I think.
Huh?
If they could prove Noah, that would make unity. Because then he's got his first original 3 sons from his wives. And then they had wives. Like, there's a lot of interbreeding. And I've seen it in action. Like, I've seen people that go from being, like, say, a black woman and a white guy, right? And then they have some caramel kids. But then they each marry another black and a white with the mix, and another white with the mix. And it produces all the tones. Like, everything's produced from those two. Except the yellow skin. Like, that's weird to me. Not all of them have it either. Like, there's only one Asian that comes into the store, and her shit, it looks like she has jaundice. Like, for real. She's yellow like a daffodil.
That's deep.
Like her feet are red on the bottom, like a subtle red, but not pink. It's fucking weird, man. Like I don't usually think about shit like that either. It's just that strikes me as it's like when you see an albino and they dyed their hair black, and you're like, what the fuck? This one dude does that. He comes into the store, and he's got like, you remember that cartoon Freakazoid?
Yeah.
The guy looks like Freakazoid, like he's got his hair stuck straight up like that, dyed jet black, and then he always wears the same gray shirt and pants. But he's fucking like whiter than paper. But he has colored contacts in, so it's like, man, you ain't fooling nobody. Gosh, that albinism. Oh yeah. Oh, some heat. What's up, Bob? Just laying here, being a lazy guy.
I can't believe Trump succeeded to the democracy.
Is either that or fucking, what's he gonna do? Just fight and look like an asshole in the history books? They're already gonna paint a bad picture of him.
He's gonna look like that anyway. He shouldn't have gotten the fight that he knew he couldn't see to the end.
Never know. He's a dirtbag. Because he's like WWE, man. Him and Vince McMahon did WWE and changed the game of it. to that kind of shit where it's like high drama and mind fuckery at every level, duplicity, duality, triple duality, fucking just everything everywhere. And the only person knowing what's going on is the guy spinning the fucking plate. So there's always that, but then it's like, who cares? No matter who won, it's still perpetuation of the same system of enslavement. That's why everybody's like, we'll go to Bitcoin, we'll go to this. Like, who gives a fuck what you go to? The people that give this value are the people that gave this value. So it doesn't matter if you're green or you're yellow. The master told you this is what it costs more and that's what costs less. And you're falling for it, so you're still fucking mentally chained to their fucking system. Until people understand that and decide to say, fuck it, no more. We're not going to work. We don't want your stimulus. We're just going to grow our own shit in the yard and come and try to take it and you're going to get shot. Or, you know, less aggressive methods, which I would recommend. Don't recommend anybody getting shot. But, you know, they need it. YouTube community.
Like they showed today how easy it was to come together and cause organized chaos. But I'm just gonna end it right there though, because I don't know the algorithms of here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, the algorithms are easy to get around. You just always throw in there that it's all hypothetical, because it is all hypothetical until it's not.
Yeah, you're right about that. And they and damn, like what they did today on Capitol Hill. If we did that in every city on the way of growing food, about 10 to 20 of us, just on a uniting level like that, that'll bring a force that.
That's why nobody in this city was addressing any of it. You can't walk 100 yards in any direction without finding 10 fruit trees. Like everybody that's got yard space is growing. They've been growing fruit trees here forever. Like food's in abundance. It's not hard to come by. You just got to know how to do the plants right. Like I have my yard balanced out, so I have figs that come at one time and mulberries come at another time. The avocados still are having trouble because the plant got shocked. And my morning glories pop at another time. Like you balance out what you're growing, broccoli, lettuce, all of it grows naturally at different times. You can just seed your yard and let that shit pop up wild. And it actually comes up stronger that way anyway, by letting it battle nature. The only thing I really add is ladybugs, because I don't like using pesticides at all. Really, I like my system clean. I only put into it what I want to put into it.
I heard ladybugs and bees.
Hells yeah, bees will pollinate shit though. You got to be careful if you're going to use bees, unless you're trying to make seed bud.
Oh, okay, you're right.
If you're making food crops, hells yeah. The more bees, the merrier. Hummingbirds. You can get the praying mantis stacks. Those are awesome. You watch them hatch and all the guys crawl out. They're ready to eat. I used to love watching that shit, making videos. MySpace got rid of all that shit though, and I don't have the hard drive out here. It's on the East Coast still. Somewhere. I don't even know if my brother used it or if my uncle cracked and pawned it, but I had hours of videos of baby praying mantises and dragonflies. Like there's lakes everywhere.
Hey, do you know the leader of Alibaba is missing?
Really? What do you think happened?
Huh?
Did they take him out or what?
They just said he's been missing for like a week. Nobody could find him.
The Scientology guy's wife, the head, his wife's still missing after like 2 years, I think. Nobody's done shit about it.
But when it comes to Alibaba, let me make sure I say this right. I think Alibaba might be on the size of Google or Christianity. You just don't go taking the head of motherfucking Google. You just don't go taking the head of the Roman Catholic Christian Church. You just don't go taking Mr. Alibaba. That's all I'm trying to say. That's something very,
Where would you
very. You
even
know what I'm
find
saying? Though? That's,
like
huh?
where would you begin to find them? You would have to use Google to try to find them. You'd have to be like
All I'm
4chan,
saying is,
shit like that. Those guys, their team of brains is fucking insane. Did you ever study
what
them?
do you think there is though? Like maybe 3 to 5,000 or 20,000 billionaires.
Mm, you never know. Like I don't believe the population counts they give us.
Okay, so
Like
what
they
I'm just trying to say is, say there's a
I think
million.
it's
Say there's a
sizable,
million
man.
billionaires. That's a small number in all countries if you're saying there's a million of them, but you don't go around and kill billionaires. They got a billion reasons to return fire. I mean,
They
like,
got you got a private army at that point, man. If you've played any kind of mafia game or gangster game, when you got billions rolling in, you got tanks and choppers and all the missiles. Like just on GTA, dude. Like I got a
yeah, that's
command
all I'm trying to say.
ship from satellite. Like, come on, man. I know rich people got that shit because I can get it on the game. Grand
I say
Theft
that's
Auto.
why Trump ain't being touched. That's why Trump ain't being touched because it's going to take a billionaire to touch a billionaire. So they know if they touch him, he got 2 billion reasons. His family got 2 billion reasons to get the job done and they still be a billionaire. Because if you're worth $3 billion, you could just throw away 2 billion and you still a billionaire. That's how powerful these motherfuckers is. So we talk about a dude named Alibaba that's worth like a couple hundred billion.
And when they kill them, they fuck up because then it liquidates that money and makes a lot of it tax-free inheritance thanks to the death tax going away. Remember,
I don't know. All I'm saying is
Republican loopholes.
you just don't knock off billionaires. That leads to
No.
war. That's all.
Yeah, that was Archduke Franz Ferdinand. He was supposedly killed, and that started the war.
Yeah, like, see, you can even kill generals. Like, you can even kill an Iranian general that might be worth a couple 100,000, might be worth 6, 7 million. Okay, you can kill a millionaire. You can kill a powerful ass general, but you cannot kill a billionaire. It's just like they have too
If you
much money.
could, Bill Gates would be gone already if you could. And Mark Zuckerberg, those guys would be done because people are crazy.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot. Like, I don't like the people's ideas, and I don't like that they want to do that to people. But I wouldn't kill them per se. I'd beat the shit out of them and be like, "This is what you need to understand about fucking being a real man, Bill Gates. Like, you want to inject me with some shit? I'm gonna inject you with some fucking flesh and bone. I'm gonna inject it right through your face."
I think
Beat that
before
little.
you become a billionaire, I think before you become a billionaire, I think the 100 toughest gangs of the world walk up to you and give you their card. I think that's the entry to being a billionaire. Like, look, if anybody look at you wrong, here go my card.
And they probably got to suck your ding dong too.
A
They're like,
what?
thank you. They probably go like, thanks for the card. Now get down and suck my nuts. Like, they just get privilege.
It's
It's just
beyond
like
the privilege. There's nobody that's over that number. Like, there's no such thing as trillionaires or hundred millionaires. Like people that got 100 million. And there's people that got like 10 to 20 to 50 million. But
when you
that's
add up
it. That's
you got to add up the combined family wealth to get any true guesstimation, though. So, like, when you think of like the American wealth, that's when it's harder to map because everybody's spread out and they all have different levels of wealth.
you right. When you talk about the Waltons, they said one son had 20 million, one motherfucker had 15 million, one motherfucker had 34 million, one motherfucker had 80 million. So I mean billions. So I'm agreeing with you saying. I feel you on that.
Yeah, that shit stacks up. Like, I think when he died, they inherited 4 or 6 billion to split
Oh, I thought it was
between
a
all.
little more than that. I thought it was up in the 10 billions.
Well, that was just for like cash money, like everything else, the estates and their business shares and all that. Like, they retain board seats, but
I
then it's
understand
like
what you're saying.
Hillary Clinton owns a fourth of Walmart stock, so it's like, fuck. Thanks for Walmart being the only other place to shop. You can go to the 99, Target or Walmart or Macy's.
And that's what they saying Alibaba is. They saying it's either Amazon or Alibaba.
Oh, who did Bezos had a scene with somebody recently? I think it was Ivanka. Somebody else. People were like, "What the fuck?" I didn't read the whole story though. Because Yahoo stories, it's like whoever writes them, it's like, man, are you fucking retarded? Hold on, I gotta go pee real quick. Gotta make that.
Ooh. Ooh.
Puffing and a puffing and a doobly doo. Oi, puppy.
I need a corona. Fuck the coronavirus. I need a corona. Oh, shit. Damn, I tell you, a nice ice cold corona right about now.
I loved Coronas when I lived in the valley.
Catching a little cold. I'll do that shit in the morning though, for real.
You gotta take a
Yeah, I'm
hot
about
bath
to.
and that'll fucking get rid of that kind of shit.
Hell yeah, you got that right. You got that fucking right.
Like
I'm about to go live in a minute. At about 6 o'clock. Yeah, I'm gonna do one of my motherfucking. I don't be getting a lot of views when I do that. Like when I talk shit about people, I can get like in like 2 hours, I can get like 300 to 600 views. If I go longer, you know what I'm saying. My average out is like anywhere from 500 to 1,000. If I just run my mouth and talk shit about people, you know what I'm saying. But I'm about to do another show now. But if I'm over here just showing some word shit, that's what I'm about to do. People like it or hate it or like it, but I'm just trying to show people language. And I think you're right though. I got to go to college. I got to go to college, and I can do that shit online. I'm a fool for not bringing that up. I mean, for not thinking about that.
Nah, people just don't give you that option, man. When I was in high school, I had my fucking letter in academics. I was an honor roll student, straight A's. I skipped 6th grade. Like, and my guidance counselor said, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "I want to be a surgeon or a doctor of some kind." And she's like, "Well, there's no way you're going to get funding because you're the wrong race and you're the wrong gender, and your parents make too much money for you to get most of the grants, but you're not going to be able to work as much as you need to be able to pay for schooling. So then you're going to be saddled with debt." And like, she was real about it. And I was like, well, fuck. So then I was just like, all right, I'm going to learn all the trades.
Do you think if we was taught right, like you know that businesses, if a person go to school and they own a business and it's in a business that's like tax breaks and all that shit. You ever heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that like for the
when you have a legitimate business license, you can write off a lot. You just have to have an accountant go over it to make sure that it's actually used. Because it has to be done the right way. Like, people are like, oh, I can write off this lunch or I can write off this supply. It's like, well, you have to keep your receipt and you have to, there's a process to it. But yeah, you can get a lot of business write-offs depending on what business you're running and supplies. Like, there's different offsets. Technical shit though, like people that are accountants, like, thank God they exist, because dealing with all that math is like, I love words, but math to me, I can do it, but it's just not my thing. I'm not into sitting there like, ooh, math. Ooh.
What if I told you math was fake? That's wrong to say. The way they put math is a descriptive term. and it leads to infinity, which means there's no ending. Yeah, when you put infinity to all ways we're taught math and
Exactly.
language.
And that's why you have
But
fictitious visuals that you can watch, because that's a calculation. Like you can make it graph out the math and numbers, and it makes pictures and patterns. All of it is just math that's going on, but none of it's real. It's all hypothetical, so it's an illusion, right?
yeah, I mean, that's really what it is, an illusion. Because when they say 2 + 2 = 4, that's an infinite question because it's no such thing as two.
It's just a certain
Now,
classification for what you have at the time. You have two of this, or you
no,
have.
now there's
But
there's the illusion, and there's root words talking. One human
right,
and one human
equals
sounding
one.
together equals talking. You see what
So
I'm
one.
saying? You
That
can't
makes
use
one
a
plus
number
one.
unless you put a noun behind it, brother.
Yeah. And you can
Like when you say
classify.
three,
Like when you change the classification, that changes the way the numbers work too. Like 1 + 1 is 2, right? But if you change the classification to parents, one parent plus one parent can equal 20 or more, like as many kids as you want to have. So then that changes the math there for addition and multiplication. It's really weird. It's like, it's just another language. And I think people put way too much stock into it.
I think it's fake. Like I say, you can't have you can't say 456 plus 1 = 457. There's no
Well, you have to have
noun
some,
there.
yeah, you have to have the attachment to it for it to exist. I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I ain't saying that I ain't saying
I
that.
don't have one. I can never have one, but I can have one of these. Or I can have one of these, but I can never just have one. One what?
There
No,
you go. Yes,
that's a good point.
facts.
That's a really good point.
And people get mad when I say that. I be like, man, if you can't understand that, I'm not gonna even argue with you. I'm not gonna say that I'm right. I'm just gonna try to say you gotta just open your brain to the system that we've been taught. Best way I can
Or
say
just
it.
listen to what people say, dude. I listened to what you said, and I was like, okay, I see what you're saying. Like, we got to reteach people actual communication and not just talking at each other.
Man,
You
that
got to
shit
be.
hard as hell.
It is. So you got to lead by example. And you see it. Like the chat rooms have cleaned up a lot. The YouTube streets are a lot nicer and friendlier.
Yes, they are.
There's still
Yes, they
smoking heat,
are.
but it's not drive-bys anymore. It's like, all right, come on downtown for the main event. It's Fight Club, but it's Fight Club.
I feel you
Nobody's
on
out
that.
agent this and agent that. It's like, man, who's agent? What? If that's the best you can do as an agent, you're terrible. I wouldn't hire any of y'all for my company, the spies and agencies. Get him, Bob. Get that motherfucker. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him or you ain't getting high no more today. Get him. Hate that shit. Somebody in the neighborhood will get their dirty ass house tented, and then like you'll see a stray mouse, and it'll crawl up because they got a hole in the floor they gotta fix still underneath. And like Bob's on that shit. He just sits there and waits. He's just like, "Yep, I'm gonna get your ass." And then, bam! And he bites the fucking head off, dude. He's like, "Here you go, headless mouse carcass. Thank
Damn.
you." They're not. He's not as
Damn.
feral as my other cats. When I was in Sadako, I had like 4 cats, and I basically let them go feral, and eat mice, and eat birds, and eat whatever they wanted. They would go for possums. Like Sadako is like the wild, wild west. That shit's It was only a 6-block little neighborhood, a town, but they got an east side and a west side gang there. I'm like, so wait, 3 blocks of y'all are the east side and 3 blocks are the west side? And they're like, yeah. And you're on the east side, so like, be cool with us. And I was like, all right, well, be cool with me. And so I was cool with the ESS. But it's like, even then, I would still laugh at them. I'd go to the homie parties and be blazing them out and be like, so like, if I walk 1 block over, people are going to stress with me? And they're like, no, ain't nobody fucking with you, dude. You look too crazy out here. You're the only white guy in town. Yeah.
That shit you did used to look strange back in the day. I know it looked like that too on the other side of town too. Like when y'all see a black guy, like, whoa, he looks strange over here. I hate
Yeah,
the
see,
old way that the man.
the only people that would be strange looking were like, if you saw someone Japanese in Virginia Beach, you'd be like, where are they from? Because they're not usually around that area. Filipinos,
Yeah.
there's lots of Filipino communities. There's lots of Hispanics, lots of blacks and whites, lots of everybody. A lot more Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans and Russians. Like in the 90s, the Russians came and bought up a lot of the oceanfront. Because some dude pulled a 100-year-old deed out of his ass and like, yo, I own the oceanfront from fucking here to here where all y'all's main entertainment strip is built. And he basically ransomed the city. And they settled it out of court or some hush-hush shit. And the media is just like, oh, no, you know, nothing came of it. Like, nah, that dude banked on the real and ransomed that shit. They sold a lot of it to Russia. Just didn't tell nobody. And then that's where like all the Navy base and Air Force base, and it's close to DC. So it's like a really good hub for their people to get in and start fucking sailors and start milking them for all that secret shit. Because the sailors are dumb. Like I met a couple of sailors and they're getting high, so that's stupid. They're risking their career to get some smoke on. But like they get high and I'd be giving them tattoos and I'd be like, so like if I wanted to disable the ship you work on, what would I do? Like, do I go to the engine room and take this apart, or what do I got to do? And these motherfuckers would tell me in detail, like, you can go down to this sub room, and then you just pull this fuse, and it'll shut down this whole subsection, and they can't fire shit. He's like, it's kind of like Star Trek, just low tech engine shit. He's like, you can pull out this component and pop out shit. I'm like, you realize you're committing treason, right? Like, you're giving me fucking classified shit that you shouldn't be telling me. He's like, well, yeah, but you're American. I'm like, how do you know? Like, not that I'm not, you know, obviously I am, but realistically, if they were going to send an agent, that motherfucker would be trained to blend in beyond you. He'd be more at home looking than you or I.
That's
you know? That's the people to watch out for, the ones that are just too polished. Suspect.
that's
Not
deep.
the gay one. Suspect in it. Because that's
What you
the
mean?
energy that, like, there's just some people you try to feel them out with the conversation, or you play word games with them. It's just like there's something intangible about them. You can't quite put your finger on. It's just a nebulous sensation. Like can't tell that they're real or fake because they kind of could go either way. Like so I just call them.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Because you know they're up to something. It might not be against you, but they're up to something. You just can't figure it out. Put your finger on it. "14 minutes."
I think this new way I'm doing this dictionary shit is kind of sweet though. I don't care what anybody say. I think that shit's sweet.
Yeah, I like when you used to do it with the little screen up and everything. You draw your little drawings.
Yeah, I think I done got better at it though.
Yeah. Some of them, it was like watching some Pictionary and everybody's fucking tripping on acid. Like, what is that? It's a guy rolling a boat. Like, what? This looks like two guys fucking a dog. Like, I ain't no guy in a boat. Like, You see when people say they're God and there ain't no real God, it's like, well, how'd you make weed then, God? How'd you know which 75 components to make this shit?
I hate when people say they gods. I don't argue with them. I'm like, man, you hear what you saying?
You God, go heal my grandma. She's got cancer. Go heal my neighbor who got their leg chopped off. Grow him another fucking leg. The lizard gets to regrow his tail, but I can't have a leg and walk? Come on.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
Y'all got all the technology in the world and you're worried about making Bitcoin and quantum computers so you can calculate how much shit you're selling to people. Like, fuck that. Grow me a goddamn new shoulder and fix my shit. Grow this guy his shit. Like, we got to demand more out of the people that we're sponsoring. If they're really taking these billions and billions and trillions in taxes a year, then fucking show me the money. Like, I don't want to see retarded kids that come out thinking there's more than two genders and thinking you can fucking all that pseudo shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. There's been scientific
Not
research
real talk.
for years, thousands of years of science research, real research, not, well, I read this and it said that and it makes sense to me because the words are homonyms and this sounds like that. Like, that's the most delusional shit I hear some days. I'm just sitting there looking at a wall like, what the fuck did your mom do when you were in the womb? Was she smoking rock? Did she bump into somebody too hard? Did she drop you on your head? Like, but then I remember
No, I feel you.
polluted water. Like, it's like Down syndrome. Like, the people they don't always have the awareness that they have that limitation. So you can't hate on them or call them out on it and be like, yo, you're stupid and gullible. You believe superstition because that's mean. But realistically, like, a lot of it, I think, is superstition and conditioning because the system tells you that's what it is. They tell you if you have a fear of clowns, it's because you were conditioned to. If you fear the number 13, if you fear dogs, if you're afraid of the dark, like, it's all conditioning.
Yeah, what they call it, taboo or some shit?
Taboo means forbidden. Esoteric,
Okay, what am I thinking of? What's that stuff when okay, it starts with an S. Superstitious.
Yeah,
Superstitious.
it's like people throwing salt over their shoulder when they sit down to eat a meal because they think it keeps ghosts away, or you're burning sage to chase spirits away from the house and cleaning your house spiritually. Like, I mean, it makes the house smell pleasant. I'll admit that, but where are you driving the spirits to? Somebody's house that doesn't have sage? So you're really doing yourself a service at someone else's expense? Like, if you believe that something created karma, then why would it create a system for you to do a ritual that would create bad karma right onto you? Like, say your neighbor has allergies, you're burning sage. Oh, my house is clean. Well, now your neighbor's having an asthma attack. You've done double the karmic damage. That's why it's important not to get stuck into the constructs of organized, structured religion that all it's really designed to do is puppet string your behavior. Only it makes you do it to yourself, like a little chariot here. Instead of having an angel and a devil trying to trick you, you're just doing your own little fucking retardation. Everybody's dancing to their own little tune. We got to snap them out of it. Everybody thinks they're awake, and then they're fluttering. They're like, We got to keep slapping them, throwing that water on them, the real water, the living truth water word, you know?
I feel you though. I just think people that got college degrees and people that don't got college degrees, I think we got to start writing our own books so people can have more choices in life. But a degree is a motherfucker. You should have one if you're saying, or you should have some type of. Even though I don't like colleges in this system, to beat this system or to be acknowledged in this system, you have to have some type of college education. So I have to agree with that, bro. Yeah, big dog
I
shit.
just
That's
know
real shit.
I thought about it when I was like in my 30s, and I was like, you know, I don't want to be 70 fucking struggling to make 40 hours a week. Like, fuck that. I'd rather be comfortable and just chilling, doing online teaching or some shit. Tutoring shit, dude. Once you got a degree, you can start tutoring people online, and they'll pay you just to get on there and do a chat room with them and teach them shit that way. You don't even got to face to face them.
Oh yeah. Real talk. But you know, I'm trying to open up my own, if they call it right, the so-called church or my own program, and I'm coming with a language. I'm coming with history. Shit,
Oh,
but
yeah.
you're right. I would need a degree though.
This
Even
house
if it's
is
a 2-year degree or something.
my house is classified as an institute of learning. Like, we looked into it
That's
through
deep. Yeah, we have to talk about that.
It's some shit in California. Like,
We're gonna
if you want to homeschool, you can declare your house an institute of learning, and then like I end up getting tax credits for different stuff. So like, if he consumes food during the school lesson time, that goes towards a tax credit. It's really silly shit. Like all the
But it's
people that
really the way to play their system. Like if I want to play basketball, I can't get mad if they say I can only take 2 dribbles and maybe sometime they'll let me get away with 3. See, a lot of us so-called black folks, we want to play basketball, but we want to take 4 steps. We want to run with the ball. And we get mad when they say foul. I ain't saying the system is right. I'm just trying to say there's rules of this shit, and a lot of us don't understand them. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, like they don't teach you because then it takes away the power. So it's like they only want the best and brightest. You got to fight for it. Survival of the fittest. They tell you
But
that
in
from
these
day one.
days,
This is what we believe. We believe the strongest and the smartest are going to fucking claw their way to the top. The cleaner you do it, the more respect and honor you'll achieve. So you can get rich being Jeff Bezos and everybody hates your ass, or Bill Gates and everybody hates you and hates your inventions. Or you can be like Einstein, who didn't really do much but make a theory up. But fucking people revere that dude like he was the greatest thing since sliced bread.
facts. I think some of them stories be fake, but that's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, it's all part of the mind control. And once you learn to, they tell you think outside the box. And what I say is, the first thing people think in their head is a fucking square, right? And nobody told you it was a square. You got to be the person that's providing the box to fully get the perspective of the real controllers and unwind what they do and unweave it, like, because all their system is in fact still a system, and every system has bugs and backdoors and glitches that can be exploited, just like a video game. You don't need the matrix, there's reality. And that's how Trump made his shit. They made him in the comic books. He's Wilson Fisk, dude. That's the kingpin. Like that dude was buying his shit. He used to brag about that shit back in the day. I bought off people. I paid bribes and blah blah blah. But then when he ran for president, all those videos went away. Ridiculous.
Yeah. I think this country might. I'm not gonna even go there. Just this country needs some serious waking up.
They need to get smacked right in the ass with a cane. Singapore style.
Yeah, I
Like,
think a lot of us do need whoops. I can say that. There might be some people need killed, but like you say, it ain't my decision to kill somebody. And if it is, I ain't gonna tell nobody. That's between me and that person that I want dead. But yeah, motherfuckers deserve to get whooped out here. And I can say I might be one of them. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers just America need to get whooped with a switch.
facts.
Even Even if you a slave or a person that's a minor misdemeanor to the system. Like I know, like there's some sellout black folks, but the rest of us black folks are still minor misdemeanors, but we still are indulged in the system and love it, and they trying to make a change. So we deserve a switch too. Nobody can get out the switch. I think. I know that might sound mean, but I think everybody needed to get at least 2-3 switches to the leg. Goddamn it! Like wake your ass up, goddamn it.
Yeah, I mean, we're all stuck playing Monopoly. You can't try to turn it into Parcheesi and expect success. Like, you're forced to play Monopoly and win. Play it to win. Play clean, but play to win.
Yeah, but a lot of us.
We all take shortcuts. That's what I'll say. We've all taken shortcuts. It's like Shoots and Ladders, kind of. Dungeons and Dragons, and all of it rolled into one big conglomerated.
Yeah. Gotta say that.
That's how you know there's something bigger than us behind it all. Like, man, that's too goddamn complicated for even a crazy person to come up with all of it. Like, all of it? That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I gotta agree. A lot of weird stuff. Yeah.
All right. It's 3 a.m. It's time for you to go on. What's going on? You just fucking around? What are you doing, Bob? Oh, my anus.
I think this shit dope, man. I don't give a fuck. I think this little system I came up. That's not what I like to say came up with, but put my little twist to it. I think this shit dope.
Hells yeah, that's what they want out of people. They want to see new and creative, inventive ideas, real entrepreneurship, not people going, I'm an entrepreneur. I make t-shirts and hats and this and that. Like, man, those are like housewife businesses from back in the day. No offense to the ladies, but, you know, for lack of a better descriptive way to put it into frame, like, anybody can do that on the side. Like, especially nowadays, you just put the shit online and make it up. So it's a good side thing, but unless you're running a real print shop, you can't really claim that you're putting out merch hardcore.
Facts.
I need more t-shirts. I had to make more t-shirts. I only got one of my originals left. And that shit's starting to get threadbare. They got my little tattoo guy. Devil machine guy. But I might change it up this time and just get the tribal logo, which is like different alchemy symbols combined. Because I had good teachers, even apart from college. Like I talked to lots of professors back in the day online. People.
That's dope.
Like that's the way to get ahead, man. You just start meeting other smart people, and once you start absorbing the knowledge, like the other super intelligent people pick up on, they're like, "Hey, there's a guy that's like a young Jedi. Let's fucking steer him in the right direction a little bit." It's harder because they'll only point you towards the water, like, "Oh, hey, it's over that way." But it's all part of the process.
That's how the Moors is. That's how the Moors is. Like it's still gonna be your like there's Islam, that religion stuff, which I respect them people in their Facebook. Our Islam is gonna be self-determination. Like our teachers don't tell us this, but they'll say, we'll lead you to the door. Now it's up for you to walk through that motherfucker and go ahead and do you. But I feel what you're saying.
Climb the mountain the way you gotta climb it. There's only one way your body can make it to the top, and it's not going to be the same as anybody else's. Like they said a long time ago to me, If you take the path everybody else is taking, you're never going to find a treasure. All you're going to find is scraps and crumbs left over by everybody else that's walked down that path. If you want to find a real treasure, something someone's never seen before, you got to go someplace no one's ever been. And that's what people need to try more. Instead of 20 million people doing the same business ideas, come up with some new shit. Like real new shit. It's not hard. Think of the guy that cleans dog shit. Everybody picked up their own dog shit. And then this guy's like, you know what? I could pick up everybody's dog shit. And bam, that guy got millionaire. They made him on King of the Hill, dude. He got made into a cartoon. You know how famous you got to be and how much money you got to be put into a cartoon? That's like triple digit millionaire status.
But I don't knock that. You know, and I feel that's beautiful, bro. I love money. I promise you I love money. But I love happiness more. I love jokes more. So
Yep.
I think in America, we need more people that want to do certain things. Like, okay, of course we want some money, but getting rich ain't the object. That's not nowhere near even in the thought. Now, getting paid, take care of your bills, and put yourself in the right tax bracket and all that good national shit. Cool. But you know what I'm saying? I'm looking for my job as more of it's a culture. I feel good that it's a culture that I got a chance to do something positive. You know what I'm saying? And leave my legacy like that.
I always wanted to make a city and appoint myself mayor. And just
What you mean by that?
Like how you can buy American cities that are abandoned and have all the infrastructure and everything intact for like $250,000. So I always
What would
wanted
be
to get
catchy about your city though?
well, I'd invite other people. I'd be like, hey, you want to live this kind of life and live under this kind of morality, and you know, other than that, have your freedom. We still pay
Like
taxes
something
to
I
the
see you getting away with?
like I'd be incorporated. I'd
Something I
just
see you
be
getting away with? Something I see you getting away with. Like if you were saying, well, I want to move to a different city, or had you a little tribe, however you put it.
yeah, but have
Since
it
you
like a
good
real.
at
We ain't going to live in no tutus and shit. I want to go over there. Like I've been looking at the spot in Montana for years now, and it's steadily stayed at like 265,000 for the whole city, fire department, all the buildings, all the vehicles they got there, like all of it. I'm like, man, one of these days, I'd love to get that shit. Just be like, welcome to Northwest Montana. I'll change the name, and I'll just invite
I
up. Be like,
mean,
you want to do artwork? You want to do music? Come up here. It's gonna be the baddest fucking. It'd be better than Hollywood because there won't be no pedophiles. But there'll be dope
but
and
all I'm
partying.
saying is, I'm trying to go in with your dream with you, but I'm trying to put a catch to it. Like it'll be called or AKA Weed City. The kind of catch, like we would have to have some type of
Marketing.
well, this city has an industry in it. We're just like we like to party and rock, but you know what I'm saying though? Like we have an industry and we have an industry to help people out, like with the not THC but the TMC and the LB, you know, whatever all that. But I had a dream of that too, like sectioning off from the world, but not like that though. But to have my own city church, if that's the right word for it, or own city educational place that for like mind people.
I think it's only $75 to register yourself as a church. You just have to meet certain criteria. You have
I
to
don't
have
want to be a church.
well
After
to
you
get your
said,
then you're tax exempt.
no, I'm talking about you said I'd rather what you said is more entertaining than I feel than vibrations, brother. When you said that you said your house is
Oh
a
yeah.
what?
Having a giant party town where you're just growing weed and rocking out all the time would be awesome. People come and like it'd be
No, I'm
just one
talking
big
about what you
giant.
say your house was.
Oh, my house is a learning institute.
There you go. I'd rather be a learning institute than a church.
I teach homeschool here. I teach my kid because of COVID. And I wanted to homeschool him anyway, so we looked into all of it. And my chick's like, guess what? It's a learning institute, and you're a professor of kindergarten right now. I'm like, but I was like, yeah, I really am.
So did you set it up? Did you set it up like that? Like
She did, because the house is in her
okay, so
name.
all I'm saying is y'all have the skills right now. Like you said though, you a god. That's the wrong word to use. You a Lord God right now, which means you created a path where you can go around and you and the lady of the house could go around and talk to other ladies of the house and other men and say how they could set their stuff up right for homeschooling.
People need to learn that stuff, man. You don't want your
Yeah.
kid, you don't want your kid to be a ward of the state. You want your kid to be your child, and you want to raise them properly, because that makes that every kid's a ripple, and you don't want your ripples being disruptive waves, becoming serial
But hold on.
killers or deviants
Let
or.
me ask you this. When it comes to being a homeschool, a home institution, isn't there tax breaks and tax refunds and all that shit for shit like that?
Yeah, I think it's like a $1,800 tax credit per semester for older kids, and then it's annual, like the whole school year counts when they're in the lower grades. I don't know about middle school and high school though, because it's years off. Like he's only 6, so I got time to think about that. But as far as his lower grades, it's annual, so it'd be like 12 to 1,800. And then I
What
think
does that mean though?
so. Like say my taxes, and I owe the government 3,000 that year in taxes. That tax credit will defer that, say the 1,800, so then I would only owe them 1,200 in taxes.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Now, say if you
Like
only owe the government 400 in taxes.
then they owe me cash back, like a
There you
rebate.
go. Okie dokie. There you see. The people need to learn this stuff that you see. You have knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Now that's some shit that people would love to you would tickle a woman's fancy learning that information, boy. No, not being sexual. I'm just talking about enlightening her that she could be more secure and the people could be more secure in the household and you know what I'm saying, getting the right tax bracket. Nothing sexual though, brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, that was my ex-wife. Like I taught her the
Oh,
ways
okay,
of.
okay. I didn't know if the wife was in the house
And
or nothing.
she
Okay, okay,
fucking,
okay.
she better dealed me and upgraded. She's like, "You're right. I can do this shit cleaner and better with someone with more money." And she fucking split. And I was like, "Well, bum, bum, bum. Back to square one." But that's what it's for, man. Knowledge is to be shared. Everybody should be sharing the knowledge freely with each other. When you're holding back knowledge, you're no better than a secret society or a priest in the old days or the government. This is classified. You don't have a right to know. Like, whatever, man. Everybody has a right to know. And if they learn the secrets that some people are willing to teach them, they can hack into that collective consciousness and will. And they can find the truth. They can learn to sift through everybody's brainwave patterns and find the right frequency and take it to the top and get to truth. Because truth doesn't resonate as anything but truth. And you might not always know truth, but you're going to know bullshit when you see it.
All right, here, let me tell you this story about this. I used to be out here playing, so I don't have a problem with my so-called baby's mama. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, while I was out here playing and being a player, she was out here playing too. So at the end of the day, I went through a situation too, and I got depressed for like 6 months. But it was the start of when I started getting into this knowledge shit, and I was wanting truth. I kept asking for truth. And I'm like, I want to know the truth and the truth about everything. Do you think that we wish truth on ourselves?
Yeah.
I hope you
Such
understand what
as
I'm saying.
if you seek it, you find it.
And
Like you
sometimes
don't
we
have.
really don't want to know truth, but it'll hurt our feelings. But if you ask for truth, you will seek that shit.
Yeah, and you will eventually find it. Like God or the
Even
universe,
if it's
whatever.
in a relationship that a relationship really ain't, a girl really don't like you and certain shit ain't that way.
I think a realistic relationship, you can't be perfect because there's no such thing. You're the perfect you. You can't be anybody else, and nobody else can be you ever. Like there is no other root words. There's no other Siam. There's no other beach. There's no other cook. And everybody's their own unique character. So to try to pair them up and force them into that pairing the way they've constructed it it's unnatural. Like people are meant to get together, have a baby, raise the kid, and then if they decide to stick around, cool. But if not, it shouldn't be a life-altering event. That's why back in the day they had polygamy and polyandry, because nobody brainwashed the people into thinking otherwise. They were told multiply and fill the earth, breed, have many kids, be bountiful. The more kids, the more crops, the more hands you got to work the fields, the more people can tend the animals. You can have more meat. Like, the more the merrier. Everybody's doing their shit, and it's a good system of natural work and bartering, all
So
of
what
it.
I'm asking you is, like, when I was out here playing and was living a life, and I wasn't really asking for truth. Now I wanted truth, but I wasn't asking for it. And then when I started getting to this conscious shit and I started growing up, I said I want some real truth in my life, even though I had a truthful son, a truthful baby mama, 3 or 4 girls, you know what I'm saying? But when truth came about, I found out that this girl really didn't like me all like that, or she had a second liking and my son wasn't mine, and hustling wasn't a great way of life, and there's a different history out here and different people. I'm just asking you, when you went through your situation, was it a was you going through like some outer life experience, or was you seeking like truth, or was your vocabulary like asking for the situation that you got?
Like with my marriage, like I'd always been taught from day one. Nobody ever made anything secret to me. They all approached me and they all taught me the lessons that they had, and they taught me Persians, and they taught me all of it. Like nothing was held back. And it was weird. Like when I was in kindergarten, I was assigned bodyguards by somebody. I just had these 2 4th graders show up, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And they're like, "We're your bodyguards. We're gonna walk you to school and back every day." And I was like, "Okay." I didn't think nothing of it because I had peace with it. Like whatever was directing that, directed something to tell me, "Hey, it's cool to go with it." And fucking every day at kindergarten, they would chaperone me to school and back to make sure nobody fucked with me. I never saw them after that, and I don't remember who they were. I just remember it was a taller black guy and a taller white guy. And I'm still friends with my other friend Chris from kindergarten. He doesn't really remember him, but he does remember that I used to have people that I would walk home with. But it's like there was no other kids on my block that were in the grade as me, so I was walking alone. Probably didn't have those guys with me. So he did see. It's just weird shit like that. And they tried to get me to join the Masons in high school, but I was like, nah. The fact that they tried to ply teenagers with alcohol just seems sketchy to me. And then I ran into Rainbow Family, just all kinds of shit, dude. When you go around America and you start really, like when you're just a real person and you're out there meeting people, you meet a lot of people and you meet everybody and you're tolerant and cool. You know, you meet all kinds of crazy shit. I just try
I
not to
bet.
judge it. Yeah, I've seen some shit. I had one time we were tripping balls, and this dude came over, and he's like, "Hey, I want to trip too." So fucking homeboy cut him off a sliver of paper, threw it in his mouth, and me and my friend Brad started fucking around and playing drums and dancing around like fucking tribesmen or some shit. And dude started losing his shit quick. And then fucking the other guy's like, "Yo, man, y'all gotta go in the garage or something. Go smoke out in the garage." I'm like, all right. We're just out there blazing some good bud. And then later on, fucking dude's like, "Man, y'all almost got shot. Like that dude was fucking Filipino mafia. Fucking he was there to buy some machine guns. And you guys set him off and he started tripping balls like instantly." He's like, "I never seen that happen." He's like, "Good job. Shoot you guys." I was like, "What?" Shit blew my mind, dude. I was just laughing. We were having a good time in the garage laughing and thinking about it like, "Damn, man, that was cool. We got to film some shit." Yeah. And he comes
That's
out.
crazy.
Yeah, like I always had to, like shit like that makes you appreciate what you have and when you have it, you know? Because it could have been taken like that without even knowing it. And that's what humbles you. It's like, damn, I was that fucking close. That guy was that close. Me and him, we could have been both smoked without even knowing it. Just for trying to have a good time. not even being disrespectful to the guy. We didn't know who he was. He used to look like something. That's why you gotta get more knowledge. After that, we learned which tattoos to look for, so we never made mistakes like that again. Because even though we're not a part of that system, we still respect it because you know they're people too. As long as they're not harming me, they're not my enemy. It don't matter what they look like or what they think about, what they do in their own house or on their own time. Great, more power to you. If it makes you happy, God's happy with it, and you're at peace. Then what can I say? That's you. Yeah. I'll enjoy my thing. But we all enjoy weed. Mar in the house. What up?
Who is that?
Marvey.
Marvey, salute.
Oh, Bueller. Bueller. Has anyone seen Bueller? I'll send you some Ferris Bueller seeds and you can grow them. Like, yeah, man, I'm growing some shit that only like 10 people tops have smoked.
Say what?
My seeds for the one strain I developed called Ferris Bueller was limited production. So I only had the moms. I had 2 moms, and I only had them for like 6 weeks. So there was only like 45, 50 clones made of them. Those all got budded out, and I sold it quick. One of the plants hermed, and I got a grip of seeds off it. So I've just been parceling them out for the last 3 years. But I still got I got at least 200 seeds to go. But it's like a strain nobody else has because I made it. The only people that can grow are the people I give seeds to. Like this is a B grade version of how it looks, the way this guy did it, because he cured it wrong. So it's really dense and it's stony as fuck, but he didn't know how to cure, so there's no smell to it. And this drying method left it a little crispy for my tastes. Like it could have been cured, dried out way better. But for only being his second year in, he's doing a lot better. Like the year before, he brought me some boba. Damn, I forgot he brought me. I still got a QP, popcorn and shake and shit. I was thinking about making brownies for everybody at work. I just got to figure out the one day the 2 managers that are dicks aren't there, so everybody can be brownied up and just chill. It's funny, dude. My one manager will do Molly at work. The other manager likes fucking getting high like I do. He just paces himself. The one cashier is like an alcoholic. We all catch her coming back from the bar on lunch breaks, 10-minute breaks, all of it. Like, it's fucking hilarious. She came in one day, she had like some wet spot on her pants, and someone was like, "Hey, what happened? Did you spill?" And she's like, "Yeah, I was coming in, I spilled." I says, "What, you spilled your beer?" And she's like, and everybody laughed. And I was like, "See, she didn't say no."
That's crazy. It's crazy.
It's a crazy world. Just got to make the best of it. Do your best to be a good neighbor to people. Take care of the downtrodden. Never forget what it was like when you were in their place. If you haven't been in their place, then watch out because you got lessons to learn in life. Dues to pay still. I might have had a rough young's time, but I got it out of the way. I got all the hard knocks and all the bullshit out of the way. So now I can appreciate everything and do it right, you know? Like, my marriage broke up. That shit fucked my head up, dude. Like, she took away my kids like that. You can't see them at all, but you're going to pay. I was like, what? I was like, well, you ain't got paperwork. I tried to go over and see him. That bitch got the cops over there and put paperwork on me like that. Like after that, they didn't even ask me to go to court. They just Ram murdered everything for real.
Damn, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I learned my lesson there. Like, don't trust the system and be careful who you have kids with. So then, like, that was like 15 years, 16 years. Then I had my next kid. But see, this chick was way more level-headed. So even though we're not together, like, we're not enemies or anything. We're both co-parents. Like, he goes across town to stay with her, then he comes back here. And grandma and grandpa on her side get to see him all the time because they're local. Whenever my family comes out to visit, but we don't. It's not a battle like it was with my ex-wife. That bitch was like jugular with that shit. Like, nah. What? She pulled some legal mumbo jumbo that would make the devil spin. Like, what? Huh? She literally got me locked up for fucking 2.5 weeks for calling her a bitch on the telephone.
Jesus.
Yeah, dude, that finally went to court. I was like, man, Your Honor, I called her a bitch because I was frustrated. I was like, yeah, I did that shit. I was frustrated. I call her and try to text like 100 times to see my kids and she won't respond. And he asked her, he's like, I thought you said he didn't try to contact his kids. He didn't want contact with his kids anymore since y'all are splitting up. And she's like, well, yeah. And he's like, well, let me see your phone records. How many calls are on there? And he pulls up his copy of her phone records. Like, she had highlighted the ones where I said bitch or whatever to her. But he's looking, he's like, so what's your number? And I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, page after page after page. And he's like, so he was trying to contact his kids. She's like, well, yeah, I guess so. And he's like, man, you don't come to my court like this ever again with this kind of fraudulent evidence. He's like, you just proved your case wrong. He's like, you basically proved yourself a liar. He's like, if I see any motion like this coming to this courthouse at all, he's like, I'm going to find you in contempt. He's like, what you've done today is scandalous. He's like, I apologize that you've been locked up without a bond 2.5 weeks. Like, credit, if you ever do anything else, it's credit towards, fuck up in the future. I was like, no, that's cool. Just tell him to let me out so I can go get high. And he looked at me. I was like, I'm just kidding. I want to get a cigarette. But nah, I went and got high. I got some weed. And I got my smokes. And I got a big old Wendy's combo with the spicy chicken. And my boys took me back to the house. Fucking called some chicks over. Where I was sat there and partied out and fucking cursed that bitch up and down. Got it out of my system.
That's crazy.
Shady. Yeah, like Virginia's shady, dude. They're a commonwealth, so the laws are not applied equally. Men have no rights in their court system. Family court, you ain't got no right but to pay. They say you go to a mediator. When you're the man, going to the mediator means you walk in there and they present you a stack of papers and they say, okay, you can sign these or you can go to jail today. And you're like, well, what's in them? Don't worry about it. You can sign these or you can go to jail. And then you sit there and you get pissed about it and you're like, well, let me think about it. You're just sitting there like, motherfucker, you got to sign. Because nobody wants to be like, yeah, I'm going to go to jail. You ain't going to win. You might as well say, I'm a sovereign citizen. I ain't paying child support. Fuck that. It ain't going to happen. Like, I would have mediated it.
That's
I wouldn't try to get a pan. I just wanted to have a fair shake at arguing with him. Like, this bitch makes, pardon my French, this woman makes, at the time, she was making $3,000 a month. And it's like, you want to tax me for, a fourth of mine? I was maybe talking 18 to $2,000 a month, just doing roof repairs, plumbing repairs, like on the side. Like little punch out shit for realtors. Because that's always good. That's a good hustle if you know your trades and you know like a bunch of them. You just go to those realtor offices and get the touch-ups that they want done. You go into some place and just do a couple paints, maybe a little putty. Make that bread. Is your show ready or what?
Huh?
When's your show going live?
I just got a couple more words to do.
All right.
I'm like making my own dictionary. I just got A to Z, but no, I was just on here chilling. Yeah, hell yeah. Trust me, as soon as I get done with this, I just think it's dope how I'm doing this shit. This shit's super sweet.
I just didn't want to bore you
It's
to
like, cause they said, huh?
I didn't want to be boring or ramble on too much.
Oh shit, no, I'm just on here chilling with you. Yeah, I'm on the computer right now. If you look at my screen, well, let me see if I can turn my shit around. I don't know if I can turn my shit around. Let me see.
Spin the phone around.
Damn, I think I should do right here. That's what I'm doing on my screen right now. I'm writing my dictionary, and I'm just gonna do like 20 words at a time and show how the word soul can make 596 English words. So it's just that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna go live here. Wow, 6:30. I'll probably go live here in about 30 minutes. But yeah, I'm just over here building with you. That's all.
How's that? I want to make some coffee real quick. Here.
Yeah. If you're trying to get off, it's all good, bro. I'll just over here building with you.
I didn't want to keep you.
People don't understand. I'm like you though, for real. I don't have a TV. Now I got 3 TVs in my house. I got 3 big screen TVs. I don't even watch them. I don't even got them plugged up. I got cable and everything. I might watch some football games now and then, but me and TV just, I'd rather look at the computer or go do something.
I got antenna TV, so basically I get one KTLA news channel, which it comes in like the Matrix, staticky. I get Korean TV, clear as a bell, but it's all in Korean, so you can't understand it. The Mexican channel, but it's all Spanish, and I don't like subtitles. Like that bugs me. I'd rather learn the language better. But nah, if I watch anything, I watch movies or I'll watch videos. Like I love information. Everybody's like, "Oh, the Matrix, the Matrix." Is like, well, what about the part of the Matrix y'all ignoring? Like, you could be taking in real informational videos. Like, you can learn how to take your Pepto-Bismol tablets and cook them into fucking rubies. You can go mine concrete out of the street and sweep the street and get gold and platinum and diamond dust back and fucking collect enough of that shit to sell it back to the company and weight because they use it for saw blades, you know, like concrete cutting blades. Like there's a lot of shit people don't take advantage of. Like you could be out there river diving. You got to check those guys' channels out. They just get their scuba gear on and take their metal detector and start swimming around in the river where people boat. They picnic and shit like that. They find gold watches, guns, you name it.
Yeah, I bet.
You could be like Jacques stuff.
Yeah.
Pull up crawdads. Someone thought I knew how to eat crawdads because Virginia's in the South. I'm like, no, I don't fucking know. They say suck the head. That's all I know about it. You suck on the head, nothing happens.
I never thought it was about how much money you made. I always thought was, now I'm starting to think on the so-called other way of different or sovereign way of different, if that's the right word. I think it's on how much money you keep and don't have to pay in tax, or the taxes don't gobble you up.
Yeah, you want to show net profit at the end of the year, as well as have honor and respect. It's like, it's a balance. You want your spiritual and your physical to be both profitable. That's growth. You want better than the year before. I got a raise last year. I got a raise this year. It kicks in this week for the next paycheck coming. So it's like you constantly want to move up and move out and keep branching out. That's why it's weird when people start saying the bumper sticker slogans, that's when you can tell they're just kind of in a rut and they might not be aware of it, but you can tell because you hear it. They say the same things all the time. They stole our shit. They stole our shit. They stole our shit. Like, okay, they stole your shit. They admit they stole it. They tried to make peace with it, and they've offered you this and that and the other. There's programs out there that'll give you money and give you help with housing and all the shit you need to reclaim what was yours, or at least get something new to deal with. But how many people take advantage of that shit? We even read the fucking book to find out that they have that right there at the fingertips. Like, I read
Facts.
that guy.
Facts.
Remember the guy with the Riddler suit and all the questions? He's like, look at all these grants. There's fucking. My mom bought me that book. She's like, here, see what you can get out of it. Make some money out of this shit. If everybody's getting this free money, you get you some. And I was like, all right. She gave me that thick ass fucking book. And I read through every goddamn one of them. And I qualified for one thing. I didn't want it. It was like some poetry shit. No thanks. I ain't trying to be a poet forever. I'll write poetry, but you got to be a woman to hear some poetry out of me. You got to be sitting right there for it to take the full effect of the spell. So it's like booty on deck, engaged. But the more you learn about conditioning, the more you can learn about deconditioning and deprogramming people. And that's when the mastery of the words really comes into play. Because you can have a basic conversation, but by changing the tonality and inflection of the words you use, you can put the subtext into their head. Like how you can say a biscuit, but if you say it the right way, it might as well be saying fuck you to somebody, you know?
Yeah.
It's like that, but you take it to a more civilized level. You're no longer boxing, but now you're fencing. And you're no longer fencing, but now you're shooting lasers. And you're no longer doing that, but now you're just playing chess with your minds. Always higher levels to get to. That's the beauty of it. You just have to keep seeking, keep reaching up. Because eventually somebody will see your hand and be like, hey, I was lucky to find a lot of people throughout my life at the right moments in time when I was desperate and just broke. But I never gave up on any of what I did. I never stopped practicing my music. I never stopped practicing my art. I never stopped writing. I never stopped fucking keeping an eye on everything and everybody I could. Like, you know, power and control lives. And I kept learning all the techniques of the masters. I learned how they were tricking people and the kind of visual deceptions they pull and the audio, all of it. Like, how are they doing this to people? How do they make fucking mental disorder happen in someone digitally? It's so simple, it's scary. But then so is the solution. That's the beauty of it.
That's deep.
Yeah, it's like people understand that what we know of as sickness is just the reverse of the placebo effect 9 times out of 10. It would blow their fucking mind. Like, what do you mean I'm not sick? I've just been told that I'm sick, so I think I'm sick and that makes me exhibit symptoms? Yes. You're experiencing the placebo effect, same as if I gave you a sugar pill and your headache went away. Only you're getting the perversion of it, the evil side. Where someone said, hey, I can make money off this. If these people are dumb enough to think that they took medicine and it fixes them, well, hell, I can tell them, hey, you got rheumatoid rigor and suddenly you need to buy my magical cream and rub it onto your fucking elbow like you're doing every 2 days. Or you're going to take this little pill once a day, 3 times a day. Fucking eat water with it, drink it, shove it up your butthole. You got special butthole pills. Because taking it into your mouth ain't good enough no more. Needles, fuck that. You want to shove things up your butt to truly degrade yourself when you fall for our bullshit lies. Because we got a white coat and paperwork that says we know more than you and you can't disprove us. Bang! That's the system. Brutal. But it has to
Facts.
be. It's just got to be that way. And the only thing that can balance it out is us being patient and kind to each other on a person-to-person level. Like when all the shit went down and they had shortages, I had stockpiles because I worked freight at the store. I wasn't going without toilet paper or water. My neighbors said, hey man, you got TP? I'm like, fuck yeah, how many rolls you want, bro? You got gallons of water? Like, what do you need? I supplied up like I'm supposed to. Nobody stresses me out no more about my cat roaming around, people yelling and partying it up playing guitar at 2 in the morning.
I feel you on that one.
That makes the
Hey
piece
man, this
11.
shit dope though, man. My fault for getting, but yeah, man, this shit is dope though, man. I think every kid need to learn how to. If you saying you got a homeschool, man, there shouldn't be a such thing as Webster Dictionary no more after this though. It should every kid should have their own home dictionary, and they all should start from the root word and build their dictionary from. Wow, this I don't know. I ain't trying to pump myself up, but this stuff is kind of dope.
I'm teaching my kid my system.
I'd like to hear it though because everybody's. I'm talking about is it language?
Yeah, like what I do when I record vocals for an album, I'll make 3 sets of lyrics, right? So then the start sounds and some of the middle sounds and end sounds are identical at certain timings. So that way the sentences can interchange with each other. So you can hear a different set of lyrics each time you listen to it.
I ain't getting that. What that mean?
So like one set of words is like Fred saw the boat and died, and another one's like frost on the new form tide. Like the syllables and sounds and all of it are kind of similar. So that way when you're listening to it, it kind of blends into it. So you can hear Fred saw the frosty tide or whatever, like it blurs. It's hard to explain. You'd have to
Inside
listen.
the English language, there's a hidden universal language.
It's
Huh?
the original language. The original language is in it. It's encoded into it. That's what they based. Webster used that as his basis. He just twisted a lot of it to hide it so people wouldn't go ape shit. Because then they lose
Yeah.
control. If they lose control of the language, they lose control of the power. Because language is communication. And the better your communication, the less power they have. Because people can be like, hey, did you hear what's going on over here? These gentlemen on the street in the little town hall think they're going to pull this shit on us. And it makes a lot more sway when you go into courtroom and you can talk for yourself and be like, Your Honor, I'm not guilty because this, and this are not met. These criteria have not been met, therefore the state cannot place the burden on me. I demand this case be dismissed under this section, this fucking jurisdiction. This is the precedent set in this case, and this case, as defined by law. And then you just kind of sit down, and the judge will sit there and be like, holy shit. And then you're like, wow, I'm Ally McBeal. Well, LA Law. It's fun when you fucking beat the system at its own game. Like, if you've ever done it, it feels so good. You're just like, yes. I just took on a team with the best and walked away unscathed. Thank you, God. It's beautiful. Kind of like when you get away from the fucking, you're guilty of speed or something. The cop's like, I'm gonna let you slide. You're like, yeah. That kind of thing to eat better. It's like, man, I played on their playing field in their language with their terms. Shit, the last case I went in and won, I didn't even dress up at that point anymore. I went in there with my ripped jeans and my fucking Slayer Brain and Blood shirt with fucking goats sitting in there in the Pope's uniform. And the judge is like, is that how you dress for court today? I'm like, what am I supposed to wear, man? This is the clothes I own. Like, I don't wear a tuxedo. Like, what, is that going to impress you and make you think I'm guilty or less guilty? He's like, no. I'm like, exactly. Like, Slayer rocks. And the judge laughed, and he let me get out of that shit. He was like, well, you fought this shit for 2 years. He's like, you're only facing 15 days. I'm like, yeah. He's like, but you fought it for 2 years? I'm like, right is right, man. They fucking dropped that shit. It was the stupidest case in history, man. Like, you do child support and you have to keep records of your work, and if you're out of work, you have to keep records of where you're trying to get work and shit like that. So that was my issue. I had a flood, and it flooded my house out, and my hard drive got crushed. It was done. So all my records were digital. Those were done, and all my physical records were in the flood, and those were destroyed. So, being a good citizen, I call up my caseworker, and I'm like, "Yo, this happened. My shit's done. Both sets of my records are destroyed. What do I do?" She's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Like, we got our copies of this and that." And I'm like, "All right, cool." But nope, next day, you got to appear in court because you're in contempt because you don't have you're supposed to keep records of this shit and you're not keeping records. I'm like, "Oh, you motherfuckers." And she's like, "Excuse me?" I was like, "You heard me. You fuck your mother. You're that kind of person. You put a bag on your mother's head so you don't know it's there, and you fucked her and you're an inbred. If you think that's comes down to justice or fairness in the courthouse, like, you're fucked in the head."
Yeah, I gotta agree.
I cuss a lot. I can't help it. My mom cussed a lot. She was brutal. And I do cuss. And then they'll be like, they just look at you like, "Oh my goodness." But I don't get angry about it. So they don't really think, I'm matter of fact with it. Like, you're an asshole and you know you're being an asshole. Don't be an asshole.
That's some cool shit though, real talk. That's some cool goddamn shit.
Shit, when we grew up, you couldn't get away with that shit. If you were just spitting your mouth off, someone would come up and knock your mouth off and be like, "Man, shut the fuck up with that nonsense. Fucking retard, you goofy motherfucker." You'd be like, "What? What did I do?" And you'd be like, "Man, I heard what you said. That shit's blah, blah, blah." And they would tell you why they did it. By the time they were done talking, you knew why you got fucking smacked. And you're like, "Yeah, you were right, man. I was a dick. Good job. You put me in check." Now this shit's like a Lifetime movie. Everybody wants to have fucking kangaroo court like they're in fucking The Pod on the one channel. It's like watching all the reality shows at once commingling into this one weird ideology where people are kind
What
of
you mean?
lawyers and just everybody's like a jack of all trades but master of none.
Oh yeah.
There's a few of us out there that are masters of one or two things, which is a great accomplishment if you ever master anything. But a lot of
Facts.
people, they're dipping their toes way everywhere, and it's like, whoa, you got to learn one thing before you can start thinking about another angle of it. Like, otherwise, you're going to lose your bearings. You get lost. It's easy to get lost in college if you don't know where you're
I'm
supposed
guilty
to
of
get
that.
to.
I'm guilty
Everybody
of that.
is. Like, it's hard not to be because they uncover new things, and that changes everything. That's why I keep telling people, man, you got to think about what's under the water. That's where you're going to find the real origins. Because every ancient society records the Great Flood.
Say that again.
All the societies recorded the Great Flood.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
there's handed down, and every nation on Earth has it. So that means the story came from one family point at one point in time. This guy calculated it back because he was trying. Someone asked him how he would prove Noah, so he did it mathematically. He calculated for how many people were in war and died, like birth rates, all of it, everything that was available to him. He calculated it back and said the maximum that Noah could have been back was like 14,000 years. And prior to that, there's no known amount of history. But he says from the Great Flood, what we know of, there's 14,000 years that they can account for. So it's like, where's that amount of time? Where's the rest of our history? That's what's stolen from us, all of our history. We had one cluster of humans that had a bunch of different genetics roaming. You know, it's like, I think it was 10 people that were on the ark or whatever, but however they had it set up or whatever they did, even if it was JNA or whatever, that's the story that was given in everybody's language, that these people survived and repopulated. And as time went on, they uncovered shit here and there, but they only uncovered the exile stuff, people that were driven out from the normal places. They had to go into the high places so nobody could hear them or see their evil deeds. Or they had to go way underground to hide so they wouldn't be persecuted. That's where the cave dwellers came from. It was all the people persecuted by the cannibals and the people that practiced all the barbaric ritual stuff, you know. You got people out there trying to cut your fucking head off and eat you. Where are you living? I live under there, and you'll never find it because there's 20 miles of tunnels and you kiss my ass. You ain't eat me. I'll eat gophers the rest of my goddamn life, but you ain't chopping me up and feeding me to your family. Fuck that. I'm human.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, but you know.
I think there are some type of weird shit going on under the ground, but I just can't put my finger on it, so I stay humble on it.
Well, they have the photographs. You can Google the photographs as much as people can trust that. It'll show you that there were subway tunnels 100 years older than the New York subway system. Who built them?
Oh yeah, I'm hip to that. Yeah. I just
Major
other people talk about it.
Every major stronghold city has a city underneath it. It also had a Roman architecture. LA's got Roman architecture. They got the Temple of Diana, which is now the Griffith Observatory. Fucking Memphis, South Carolina, fucking all of them. And they did rebuild a lot of the star forts. That's what people aren't thinking about either. Like they're always talking about, well, who built them and where were they built? It's like, well, Dave rebuilt some of them. What about that? Why ain't anybody talking about that?
What you mean?
Like there's pictures showing the construction of it. So it was either the original construction of the star fort or somebody reconstructing it, repairing it. Like
yeah, they even call it the reconstruction era.
Yeah, so like, it's tough to say.
Yeah.
But the way they laid out the story, it started raining and it just kept raining, you know? So it's like, I think everybody recorded what went down. Like, hey, this catastrophic shit is happening. There's fucking water everywhere. We're all flooded out. We're dying. They carved it, wrote it down, whatever they could, so people would find it and be like, what happened to all the people? Oh, shit, this little thing that I found. Look at it.
But that stuff don't happen in the western part of the world. Like, it happens every year, like in the Pacifics and in India where they have 40 days and 40 nights of that shit.
Yeah. Well, we have like hurricane season on the Gulf in the East Coast.
You killed me on that one. See how easy that was for me to say, well, I'm wrong, and from your evidence, you just proved me wrong, so that make you right, and there's no argument about it. You right.
We're
both totally right. Yeah, you right.
But see, that's based on what we know of the map, the way we're showing it. For all we know, it could all be. I've seen a few maps where the shit's inverted on everything and clustered differently. Fuck, I saw some commercial like 2 weeks ago and I couldn't get my camera on fast enough. But it was for some auto shit. And they showed somebody's private house. And they had like this, like the way the Sistine Chapel's painted, but it was painted on the floor. And it was a map, like a flat earth map, but different. But not like anyone I've ever seen before. And the way the land masses were arranged was radically different. It was kind of like a question mark without the dot. And then like a bigger circle that connected all of it around it. That's why I hate TV. Like I'm not paying for cable, so I just fuck it. If I can't get it on the antenna, oh well. I'll watch it. I'd rather watch the movies I like or watch my kid play video games. Like Minecraft, that's a good one for him. It educates him. He learns how to construct and craft things and mix up formulas, and it's a good mental exercise.
What? Say that again?
The game Minecraft. It's like
okay.
You just dig and build stuff. Like I build these really elaborate fortress towns that are all interconnected with bridges and roadways, and there's plants growing everywhere. And like I've made a roller coaster for them. There's one part you go down a drain, and then you go into a minotaur maze. You got to find your way out. Like just whatever I can think of for him to play in on the game, I'll make it up for him and be like, check out what I built last night when you were at mom's house. And I'm like, oh shit. It's just the thing kids are into. Then occasionally he'll be like, I want to learn some guitar, so I'll teach him a little bit of guitar here and there when he's ready to be patient with it. Kids are awesome. I'm so glad that I got this chance with this kid and nobody tried to interfere or try to make shit up about me or say I'm a bad dude or lie on me. Because that's the worst when you're lied on in court.
What you mean?
Well, like originally with my ex-wife, she had 2 kids already prior. So like I was kid's stepdad when we got married. And because we were going to move out, like that took away the money of her kids staying. Like they all lived in the back half of her mom's house, like in a little apartment. So that took away rent money from them. Plus they got county money for feeding the kids and doing other shit like daycare or whatever. So they were going to lose like $900 a month or something like that. So then they tried to take custody away and get child support for them. And it's like, man, y'all are fucking whack. So they made up a whole bunch of shit. I had like some cheap ass coffee table, and like the legs were plastic, so they're hollow. And they're like, he had hollow legs on the coffee table. He could probably hide weed in them or something. I'm like, and I would have to take my coffee table and flip it over and unscrew that every time I wanted to get some weed out. Like, are you insane?
Damn, that ain't bad.
Dude, they grilled me for 2 weeks solid, up and down. I had to explain why I had this sticker on my guitar. They had books of my lyrics. I had a bunch of death metal lyrics in a notebook. She cut and pasted them, so it made a bunch of racist, crazy nonsense. But I had the original copy of it, like I would just copy the books over and over again. So I'd always have like at least 3 copies on hand in case something happened. So I brought the original. I was like, actually, I got the real book right here. She's cut and pasted it. That's forgery or perjury or whatever the hell you want to call it. Like, she's guilty right there. And bam, the judge is like, yeah, I agree. Throw that out. That's not evidence. Her stuff's obviously doctored. They asked me why I like death metal. Like, man, it's music. I like country western too. Why don't you ask me about that? I like rap. Ask me about that. Like, why are you focusing on one aspect of me? And I
They don't like
explain,
that ask questions back.
yeah, I had to explain every fiber of my fucking existence. And at the end of the paperwork straight out said, this guy is innocent of anything and everything he's been accused of, but the court will treat him as guilty anyway.
That's crazy. Man, that's just fucking crazy.
That's America.
Or do you think it's, I'm just wondering, the knowledge you know right now, do you think they do the same thing to you with the knowledge you know right now?
No. Because to acquire that knowledge means I had to submit to the system and learn to operate within the boundaries a little bit better. Instead of wild out. Instead of having people call the cops because I don't want to settle down or stop arguing or stop, like I was wild. I was a bad man.
I think we all was.
You're going to need the cops to come and get me off of you, motherfucker. You better call them now.
I feel you.
You got to mellow out sometime. Like eventually it's like, I'd rather be a ladies man and chill before I get too old to enjoy that kind of shit. I like dancing.
That's what I'm looking at right now too. I'm trying to be the ladies man, get my shit all the way together. I feel you on that one, damn it. Yeah.
Get you some nice, pretty artwork and flowers for the women to look at. Get a garden going. Get some things that women like. You're like, I don't know. I don't hate flowers or anything, but I'd rather grow fruits and vegetables. It's more productive to me. But I grow flowers because I know some lady someday will come over and be like, "Hey, that's really pretty." I'm like, "Thank you." And that's a way to bond.
Yeah, you got that right. You got that fucking right.
Everybody needs to get out there and get back to making babies. Stop worrying about fantasy football. Like fantasy football? You got a wife and you're playing fantasy football? I'll be like, yo, go put some NyQuil in the kid's juice. Let's go get upstairs so I can be a man. You know
That's
what I'm
one thing
saying?
I look around right now. This is the age of you. I can't say you might can get the most beautifulest woman you ever desired. I ain't gonna say that always can come true, but this is the day where you could, if you put in a hard work of a year's work of your putting yourself together or getting yourself together, it's a man's heaven out here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I could say
Yeah.
that.
I don't like to drive a car. I don't really want to pay for gasoline and drive a car. But I've got steady work and I ain't stopped working. So my stock is increasing on the daily. The longer I hold out, not like people throwing themselves at me, but I don't even worry about it. Like I just go to work and worry about work and come home and worry about my kid. It'll happen when it's gonna happen or it won't. Like stressing about it is no more gonna help it happen than putting on cologne. Like your vibe's either right or it ain't. When your shit's right, some chick's gonna pick up on that shit and be like, yo, what's up? You're like, exactly, let's go.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun and romance in it too.
Exactly. That's why they need to open the bar up, man. They need to be out there on the karaoke scene just fucking rocking out and having people like, damn, I want to get to know him a little bit better. That was entertaining. I'm less negative in person.
Yeah, there got to be some shit that changed in America from
It
what they
is.
doing. Nah, I'm talking about. I don't like to say it on people's because what they just kicked Trump off
Nah,
internet,
say whatever.
but I'm just like it got. It's time to stand up and say, look, man, I want to go to the bar. Fuck what y'all saying.
Well, the bar's got to be open.
Nah, you feel what I'm saying though? Like America needs this.
To stand up.
I don't like what happened today, as they said. I don't think we need to go in there and burn that motherfucker down or commit violence, but we need some type of. We need to stand up.
We need to demand a change. We need to demand new leadership. These people are elected representatives. They're not leaders. You represent me. You no longer represent me, then get the fuck out. You're fired. Get out of the office. You ain't getting paid. You don't like it, fuck you. Cops ain't gonna back it up. Call the National fucking Guard. I want an answer. Why are these people allowed to make sedition happen? Why are these people allowed to circumvent my constitutional rights? I'm paying taxes to you motherfuckers to make sure shit like this doesn't happen. So step on the ball and make it fucking happen. I don't want crack in the streets. I don't want meth anymore. Lock them people in the house. Let them smoke up in the house and keep them under lock and key. Don't let them fuck with the regular folks. Get all these fucking if they want to fuck with kids, put them in their own little city. Lock that shit up. Put ankle bracelets on and monitor them motherfuckers. But don't monitor me. I ain't out doing bad. Like, there's going to be
So you
radical
want
change. People ain't going to like it. But the only people that ain't going to like it are the ones that are out there to harm people and cheat people and keep deceiving people for their own gain. Like, have you ever studied up on cults?
On what?
Like cults in America, people that mind control people, all the different
Oh yeah,
factions. Like,
yeah,
people study
yeah.
the cults themselves, but if you actually study the CIA and the FBI reports on the cults and what they found, it's mind-boggling. You can see it in action every day. Like, damn, these are recruiters, and those are the fucking other people, and these are the people that console the people. Like, you can see every part of the operation in action in some people's channels. It's funny. It's like you're calling other people an agent. Ah, hello, kettle.
Word shit dope though, man. Oh my god.
It is so much fun. And then you start making new words, and people are like, "What's that mean?" And be like, "Well, technically, it means this." Like hexacan with disiron. People are like, "What's it mean?" I'm like, look up the root words of it and just see what it means.
Yeah, that's all. I just think this is a system that brings the root word out. And I don't think people really could understand what that means, but to the people that do, shit, we got a system now. It's almost here. If I can tell them shit. Motherfucker
Someone
don't
greater,
understand.
there's greater minds displaying their fucking skills than I, for damn sure. I'm only be able to pick up on probably not even 10% of what they really got going on. The stuff I can pick up on and decipher and figure out, it all of it just takes your breath away. Like, huh, holy shit, that's so brilliant. It's so simple all at the same time. It's diabolical. The way they
I
trick
feel
people.
you.
It's like they tell you, Tom Sawyer, hey, you guys want to paint this fence for me. That's what governments basically become. They become the ultimate Tom Sawyer. Why should I work when you can do the work and just pay me a cut of your money? You know? Kind of like the mafia used to do. How about no? How about fuck y'all? Get the fuck out of your mansion or pay for it yourself and blow me. The person that blows me doesn't get a $12 million mansion. Why should you? You're just there to fucking
I
sign.
feel you.
You're there to review paperwork and sign your fucking name to it. You're not there to fucking grandstand on television and beat your fucking ego. You know, like, fuck off. These people need to be radically wrapped up and just smack the fuck out of with a stick. Like a pinata. Like, get that candy out that ass. Give me that stimulus. Fuck your stimulus. 600, 2,000. How about 100,000 for everybody? That still ain't enough to pay for the fucking blood, sweat, and tears you've taken over the years. They always tell you in the fucking word, they were drunk on the blood of the saints, but that's you and I, the working class, the scarlet beast. And we turn and we devour the whore. Their fucking own prophets foresaw it. They foresaw their own end, and it's about to come true for them. And they know it. The fucking system dead. It's weak. It's just crawling along. And they're making every excuse in the book and lying through their goddamn teeth, and everybody knows it. It is coming. The day is coming. God might not be down to judge everybody, and Jesus might not come back. Something radical is going to happen. There's going to be some atonement for it. That's how life works. Pendulum swings back when it swings one way too far. It's going to swing back the other way too far for a minute, but eventually it'll balance back out. It'll go back to hunky dory. So says I on this day of terror. Shit like that. Oh.
Damn, this shit take fucking ever.
You need interns. You got to get like some root groupies to do the legwork sometimes. Like, hey, I need this list typed out, and I need you to do this and do that. Help me do this presentation. Then you're involving people, and it makes the learning that much more concrete because you have two blocks going together at the same time. So I like
Damn, man, let me.
these channels are tits about that in the beginning. A lot of people, like back even just 6 months ago, like everybody was a lot better about that, where everybody would come and they'd be like, well, I got this, I got that. There'd just be screen share. But now it's just kind of like everybody's gone back to just barking their flavor of the month.
What you mean?
They're not really doing it for profit, but it's just ego stroking, I guess. It's a good way for it. Still a lot of ego.
Yeah, there's a lot of ego out here. I'm guilty of it too, but I try to stick to some type of.
Well, no, like me and you, we do it on the entertainment level. Like you gotta be crispy and have some entertainment to you, or it's not fun. Nobody wants to sit in class being, are you taking notes? Yes, sir. Like you want that teacher that's like, check this shit out, blah blah blah. And your tits are bouncing, and you're happy camper, like you're learning, paying attention and learning. That's what makes
I
the
feel you on
difference.
that one.
Shit, I had all kinds of different teachers that did not infect me. My teachers infected me with thought germs. But I had a few that impacted me like that. They're like, "Yo, man, you're slipping in my class. You need to fucking tighten up." I'm like, "What?" They're like, "You heard me. I said you need to fucking tighten up, motherfucker." And I'm like, "Okay, sorry." But if they hadn't kicked me in the ass, I would just be some dick instead of this dick. And this dick's not the greatest, but I'm not the worst either. I don't know nobody's shit. Nobody owes me shit. Everybody respects me enough to pay me back what they owe me. So, like, by all estimates, I'm successful. I own everything I got. I own, except the house, but that's gonna go in my kid's name when he's old enough. So I ain't even stressing that. And then I'll get my parents' house eventually one day when they pass away, or their inheritance when they buy me a new house. In any event, I'll be covered because I worked my ass off.
When you say you work your ass off, I want to ask, if you did it different, would you have had to work so hard, or would you have worked it better in the tax bracket system?
That I would have definitely done it legitimately. Like, that's the worst part of America, is that you can get away with working under the table. It really does you a disservice in the long run. And I didn't learn that for a long time. So I made a bunch of money, but then I didn't really have any paperwork to back up shit. So it's like, well, you worked as a plumber for all these years and you built houses and you worked on heating and cooling and you installed acoustic tiles. I built benches at the courthouse. Like, I'm a professionally trained trim carpenter. Like, I apprenticed as a carpenter. I apprenticed as a brick mason. I apprenticed as a plumber. And I spent, the least amount of time I spent was a year as a brick person. Everything else I did like 5-10 years. Like, I didn't really pursue the paperwork though. So people are like, yeah, you can do plumbing. I'm like, yeah, dude. I started plumbing like when I was fucking 16. I can plumb a house. I can repipe. I can do anything you need.
That's dope.
Yeah, but without that journeyman license, it's not shit. And that's what makes the difference. The guy that has that journeyman can go into someone's house and charge them $200 to plunge their fucking sink. I can go in and charge them $30.
That's fucked up.
But then the way to come around that is to get a general contractor's license or become an LLC and subcontract. Or in some states, you don't have to have an LLC. Like in Virginia, it's a Commonwealth. I didn't have to have an LLC to subcontract. So I had my own construction gig going for a while under auspices of another group that did have their full-on construction contractors and all that shit. So like I was a subordinate of them, subcontractor, and then I would just show up and make a good kind of bank and get titty fed that kind of jobs, and it was sweet money. All I dealt with was the 210 Home Buyers Association, and it was basically I'd crawl up on the roof for $75, or I would fix your shit for $150 all day long. That was gravy. I was loose about it though, dude. Like I got out to get on the one job and fucking I forgot I had my bubbler sitting in my lap. And that shit just fell on the ground and broke. I just picked it up and threw it in the load bed of the truck, and I was like, don't even worry about that, dude. And I just kept going over the contract with the guy. Like, I didn't even miss a beat. My helper was like, holy shit, man. I can't believe that guy didn't freak out when your pipe dropped. I'm like, well, he should have said something like, damn, I'm sorry your pipe broke, but beyond that, what you going to do? It's weed. I'm a burner. Fuck off. I'm not driving. What the fuck do you care, you know?
I feel you on that one. I feel you on that. These motherfuckers be tripping in America too much, man.
Yeah, everybody needs hobbies. That's why they put them on lockdown, so people could rediscover themselves and figure out what they used to like before they got locked into the grind of having to make sure rent's paid and all this shit. And they gave them a little bit of cash so they could do some wise investing and make a little side money, set up an arts and crafts shop. I mean, shit, you could have taken 2 months of your time on this COVID shit, right? You could have learned enough basic guitar to start teaching basic guitar to other people for $10 a session online or $1 a session online. You spend 15, 20 minutes on a video. Like, there's so much shit you can do with the materials and technology we have. And people aren't taking advantage of it. They're just trying to show off their tits or, hey, look what book I saw. That's why I only really showed the one document I like showing off on my son's mom's side. Their great grandpa was the guy who discovered the Arctic. They're all Amundsen guy, you know? And I've got his fucking certificate with the royal stamp and all that shit framed and hanging out in a safe spot at my house. Like, I'll show that every now and again because that's really real history with real connection. And people are like, well, this didn't happen, that didn't happen. I was like, well, y'all can say this shit didn't happen, but I got 100-year-old motherfucking paper that says the same thing that this book still says today. So,
Damn. That's real shit right there.
yeah, dude, like I had to figure out a way to enhance I can't really fuck with the paper without fucking it up, so I've had to been working on it digitally. And I haven't found just the right filter when I photograph it to get the text, the actual letters on the page, because it's kind of faded. I mean, it's that old, so. And then she didn't even really know. That was the funny part. She's like, "Oh, it's my great grandpa or whatever. He discovered something or did some kind of discovery with science." And I looked this shit up and I was like, "Holy shit! Like, that's crazy." Like, I bred with a really good family line, and so did they. Like, my family ain't no joke.
This is crazy, man.
What's that?
Just how let me make sure I say this right real quick. All right. All right. I done took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 words, root words. And I done made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1,000, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700. I done made 1,700 words out of them words.
And they all have physical attachment to make them real?
No, I didn't mean to say it like that. English, all words in English starts from a root word, like the word sun. The word sun has a two-meaning word, S-O-N and S-U-N. But when you say the solar, that's the sun. system, the solar system. So in all languages, it's the soul, and you just have to see it though. You have to experience it to understand. I ain't talking about our made words. I'm showing you how English was made.
Oh
I'm
no,
showing
no,
you to
I
say
understand.
fuck what.
I remember the diagrams. I know what you're doing.
Okay,
I know
yeah,
what
that's all. I was just like, wow.
I just think of tangents sometimes. That's just how I think. It's not arguing. It's just like, hey, I thought about this for a second. This occurred. They're not always winners. I always tell people, like, I forget what I was in somebody's room and they were saying the word swarthy meant this, and I was like, I thought it meant this, and they're like, nah, go look it up, and I did look it up, and I was like, damn, I was wrong. You were right. Like me, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about improving yourself. If you're really trying to master yourself and be your own self-law, fucking well, do the best you can and smarten up, right? I got
Facts.
lucky. Like when I was in school, a lot of times I would just, because I was smart and I could get away with it. I didn't have to do a lot of work, but I would get in trouble because I would get, I'd just be belligerent about shit. And then when I'd go to in-school suspension, my teachers didn't give a fuck to even check if I was there or not. They was happy as I wasn't there. And the guy would be like, well, nobody brought you work to do, so start copying the fucking dictionary. And then it became start copying the encyclopedia. Like my junior year, I spent 80 days out of the school year in school suspension. They would not send me home and give me vacation to save my life. Cussed out a teacher in school suspension. Threw my lunch across them in school suspension. Like, why won't you send me home? They're like, because that's what you want. I'm like, oh. They made high
That's deep.
school. I always thought about writing out my stories and making a high school movie out of it. But people would be like, damn, dude, you went there, showed that shit, told people that story. Like I didn't use real names. So see the disclaimer, all names fictitious. The fictitious business names, Tommy Chupa Chop, and Billy Wom Wom, and Betty Boopaloo. That's the language I want to start figuring out. Like when you're happy or when you're angry and your brain starts spitting out gibberish, like what is that deriving from? And where is it working towards? You ever thought about that?
What you mean? What you mean?
Like say you're really pissed off. You know how sometimes you'll be working on an engine and you fucking slip and you bust your knuckles and you're just like you can't even cuss at that point anymore. You're just like Yosemite Sam, just like your brain's trying to make something that will even capture the power of that sensation you just felt, and it's struggling to because it's that fresh and you know what I'm saying? Like, how do we get to the core of that process where we can just trigger that without having to be kicked like a fucking mule into the epiphany?
If you like, in the Bible it says, I don't know, I'm just guessing here though, but in the Bible it says if you like happiness, you're going to have to endure the sadness too. So if you like good feelings, most likely you're going to endure some type of pain stuff too. It's just both sides of the field.
Well, it's like, what are they really? I questioned that when I was a teenager. And it was like, what is happy and what is sad? If I'm really, really happy, I cry tears of joy. But if I'm really, really sad, I cry tears of sorrow. But I'm essentially doing the same action. If I'm happy, I might be laughing, telling jokes. But if I'm really sad and depressed, I might also be laughing and telling jokes. It's just different facets of the same entity, but it's still essentially the same actions. It's really beautiful if you think about the construction of it and the way we're designed to appreciate the functionality of it. whatever God is, he created this for us to understand it and be able to figure it out and be like, wow, God made this, and then he put me in this place to experience it and be happy with it and be like, cool, I got a little house and I got books and I got DVDs and I got guitars and pogo sticks and pumpkin pie and whipped cream and titties and music, and people should just be out praising God and having a great time instead of arguing over who owns what. Like, honestly, if you can't even say you're not paying rent, like, come on, what are you really doing? Like, you can't say you're baller if you're not actively working towards owning a piece of land at some point in your life. Like, that's part of being a grown up. It used to be. They taught everybody in my generation, like, yo, you need to own some shit. If you really want to get a classy woman and you really want to be thought of highly, get some shit. Anybody, any fool can get a car in front
Well,
of me.
the people say, the rich people say,
I'm not talking about the rich people. I
the
mean,
rich
like,
people say you don't own nothing, you control it.
yeah, but they're in a game to keep you out of the game. They don't want competition any more than anybody else does. Hey, that guy plays better than LeBron. Cool, don't tell him anything like that, because otherwise that guy's career is threatened. Telling me there ain't fucking 10 other people in America better than Shaq and bigger and taller? Come on. It's all set up. A lot of it's set up to make sure that the status quo is maintained in order to generate only X amount of profits, because people are thinking too small, because they're so xenophobic. They've been trained not to be able to trust other markets, and the same with the other markets. And it's naturally, it's all going to blend out and fade out. The more the old people die off, it's naturally going to change, because the people that aren't that old think differently, and they're going to get in the positions and they're going to be like, all right, that was cool back then, but now we think this way, and it all changes. It's just a transition. It's a historical transition that they've engineered to happen. There's nothing in us, no matter how much knowledge we have or don't have, no matter how much truth or lies we're fed, whatever we digest, whatever we spit forth, all we know is the system created our personalities to a degree, unless we learn to shed it. The system fed us all knowledge until we learn to decipher what's real and not. The system basically baby walks us through life until we finally say enough's enough, I'm my own man, and we stand up for ourselves against the system. It might take a few times, but eventually they'll get the message, all right, this guy's a good egg, leave him alone. And they leave you the fuck alone. We just got to get back to having families. Two-parent families are a big, big deal. Even if the parents aren't together, they still got to be seen as a team by the kid. Like, yo, mom and dad back each other up. They might have different people that they love and live with, but they're still my parents. All this shit in America, when you get to deprive the other parent of their kids, like, that's criminal. Unless the dad's like some kind of deviant or sex offender kind of shit, that messes up a kid's personality to only have half of the DNA represented and activated, and half of his fucking DNA is sitting there waiting to be tapped into, and they can't access it, but they know the craving's there. It's really sad, and that's what causes a lot of the dissociative disorders that people experience, like multiple personality, patchwork quilt personality, which I've been pioneering my own research into how to cure it, which is where I mostly focus on males, because women, it's not so much of a thing, because women are more, they console each other, they help each other through life. They're more of a team. But men are viewed more solo, especially when you're kids. If you ain't got a dad, like, people do pick on you for that shit. Like, you're just a bastard. Like, the shit they say. So those kids pull all their male ideologies and role models from comic books and television, movies and video games, whatever characters strike their fancy, whatever people, the coach, whoever they see in their life as a positive role model, they'll pull from that. But eventually they just become an amalgamation of people that makes no sense. because they don't understand the source of it all. And that's where the midlife crisis comes into play. So once you can solve the root issue of how to avoid that overwhelming clusterfuck of idiocy that has programmed people to think divorce is an option, why even teach them to get married in the first place? Have kids. If you guys don't love each other no more and all you can do is fight, break up. Just don't be bad to the kid. Don't badmouth each
But
other.
they don't
You
teach
don't.
the full. See, they teach us the
Well, they can't, because if they cure the disease, then they don't make money off it anymore. But treating the symptoms,
like marriage. They only give us that retarded Bible version of marriage. See, marriage is only a bond. You know what I'm saying?
it's a
Marriage is
contract.
only a merge.
It's a legal contract, a
You feel what
legally
I'm
binding
saying?
contract.
So, yeah. So you know what
You're
I'm
merging
saying?
corporations. That's why she takes on your name. Unless, depending on how you have it set up, like if they're going to make it a joint financial partnership, the people who keep the last name hyphenated, shit like that. Like, there's all sorts of legal structuring around that. But like traditionally, the woman will take the man's surname, and then like you get to rub it in your face and be like, "I changed my last name." Like, whatever. You weren't never one of me anyway. Meh. My kids are blood. You're just a dud. Oh. Nah, I don't hate. I forgave her like Jesus taught me. Forgive. Because even if you don't believe in Jesus, forgiveness is still a good thing to do.
I think that's a
That's what
sickness that a lot of us men got to get over. Like we all had our feelings hurt by a woman or some shit. We gotta get over that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a get up off the ground and pat yourself on the shoulder. Like, look, man, that shit happened to all men. Shit, man, get over that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it held in my heart for at least 6 months to a year, and I didn't know I could even get that way over a situation. And I didn't like feeling like that, but I couldn't run from it. So I had to be around motherfuckers that like, look, man, shut the fuck up, nigga. My girl did this, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Well, you know I done been through this, Dre. Shut your little pussy ass up. So it's just an encouragement. Like, look, we ain't the only ones going through that shit. And it'll help you out through that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
that shit
I went.
strain on you.
I basically exiled myself after that. I didn't have my kids. I didn't want to hear from anybody. I didn't go nowhere. Like, people would actually call it kidnapping me if they got me to go out to a bar or go out and have lunch or something. They'd have to come over and surprise me and be like, "Come on, we're going to take you out and you're going to get drunk tonight." I'm like, I couldn't argue because they got me. They know I ain't got no plans and I'm right there. So I'd be like, all right. But then it got to a point where people just stopped trying. You know, like I would go out maybe once a year because nobody noticed. I was always that guy. Like, you know, you go to a meeting or you go to groups or church or wherever you go to, Boy Scouts, and there's some people, if they miss one fucking meeting, everybody at the place is like, "Hey, where were you last week? Oh my God, everybody was so worried. What happened?" And they tell their story and everybody's like, "Oh wow, thank God, it's cool." But then it's like, I wanted to feel that feeling, so I'd skip. And nobody ever said shit. And I'd be like, talk to my friends. I'd be like, "Yo, what happened last week?" And they'd be like, "Don't you remember?" I'd be like, "I wasn't here." And they'd be like, "Weren't you?" I'd be like, "No." Like, I always had a weird thing with a lot of humans of every creed and color. But I also had good versions of everybody. Everybody's everybody. I never saw it as like a group thing. It's not a group dynamic. It's an individual basis with me. Tom's an asshole and he happens to be Polish. I don't hate Polish people. I don't hate Tom. I'll just say Tom's an asshole. And I would say this improvement would make him a little bit better of a person. And then I leave it at that. Because I learned like arguments and name calling and all this shit. It's petty to a degree, and I only do it when I'm doing it to prove the point of, hey, let's look how foolish we can be arguing. Look at me. Like, come on, let's just debate this shit out and discuss it like goddamn grown-ups. Like, come on. And usually it works. It never gets to where I got to raise my voice to people or write formal complaints or file anything. I've never had to do any of that shit. I just talk plainly to them and say, hey, please don't do this because if you do this, then I'll be forced to do this. I don't want to do that. They don't threaten me. I don't need to own a gun.
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that it seemed like America then took a lot of people's happy spirit, whether it was a girl, war. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people gotta get
They
their
took away
self.
the illusion now.
Go
What
ahead,
the
brother.
people had before, what the people had before was just an illusion. See, it's a trinity of evil power that they use. First, they take the illusion. Once your brain absorbs that, you're trying to figure it all out, and you're in a state of confusion. And once you've learned to accept and tolerate, then you live in the delusion. 888, 8-letter words, all involve hypnosis, another 8-letter word, mind control, government. It's all operant conditioning. It's got to be undone. People got to start leading by example. Like, you see how I do. Like, people will be like, they'll try to give me some smoke here and there when I'm chatting. It's like, I'm not trying to come against you. I'm just saying what the thought that occurred to me while listening to the person talk. Or, you know, here's what I've heard. You see how I do. I really don't have to battle anybody. I'm just like, hey, this is what I heard. What did you hear? Because I figure two minds working on the same puzzle are going to solve it a lot quicker than one person or no people, if that were even possible, which, again, it's not. Same with negative numbers, which again proves your point. Math is baloney. Tom has -3. No, he doesn't. You can't have nothing, and you certainly can't have less than nothing. It's fucking retarded. Like people in there, everybody's sheeple. Go research sheep. They're not helpless animals. They're not stupid animals. Like sheep are really intelligent, according to researchers. Lemmings don't
Yeah,
all
just
follow.
system. Yeah, I think we are intelligent. I do have to agree on that one. They don't like to tell us that shit, but yeah, we are.
I'll tell you, you're intelligent, dude. You're smart as fuck. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. What is it, like 2 years now I've been listening to you and chatting? Year and a half?
Yeah,
It's
I think I
over a
got to
year.
produce.
I've been listening to your shows
I
for a
think this is
minute,
the
dude.
year of producing.
Plus, considering some of them go
I think
fucking.
this the year of producing them.
I want to see this year be the year of like everybody learning to just
I think I got to
grow up
produce.
in society. And everybody be like, you know what? I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of doing that.
Do
Let's all
what?
do. If everybody could just, like, you know how people are like, well, this person, I want to get rich in that, but they never give back to the community. They go, oh, I donated this and that. Like, where? Community still looks like shit. I want to see your shit look concrete. The guy in South Central, he's like, I was tired of my neighborhood looking like shit. So every little median and every little spot of grass in his neighborhood, he started planting fruit trees in those meetings and taking care
That's
of them.
dope
And as
as
soon as
hell.
other people started helping them, and now everybody's got free fruits and vegetables all year round because there's little garden spots. Like Ventura has a giant community garden over on the about 1.5 miles from here. I've been trying to petition SoCal Edison for rights to make a community garden in the little vacant lot here because you can't build a building under it because of power lines, the high power ones. And I'm like,
Yep.
well, why can't you have a garden? You know, if we want to build it and maintain it, there's people and everybody in this neighborhood that grows shit would love to grow their fruit trees big. Like I had to top my fig tree at 12 feet and bend the branches down and crazy shit to keep them going because they want to be like 20 feet tall. But I would love to see like a full-on garden with broccoli and sprouts, everything we can grow, and then just have
And see,
like
that's what I
some.
was trying to say though, is that's the next culture. Like there's nothing wrong. Like, see, this culture we was in, we call it the European culture. Okay, well, if it's the European culture, why the fuck we trying to mimic the European to a T? So it's a culture of millionaires, it's a culture of money. And it takes you away from your culture and what makes you happy. So
Only
that's
if
why I
you
try
let
to
it.
say, no, it's okay, yeah, but I'm just trying to say that the only way to get to happiness is to go out there and plant you a tree and do certain things like that for your culture. See, that's a
Right?
part-time job is your culture. But but money, we're still gonna have to make some type of money and some type of currency. But that can't be
Yeah.
100% of our life or 24/7. We have to have some type of culture or
It's
self
got to
do,
be a
like you
fair
say, some type
balance.
of title that we have.
Yeah, there's got to be some kind of.
Huh?
It can't be a fiat. It's got to be something that says like, okay, my labor is this hard, so I get to eat. And I don't know. I don't know how it should be divided up. Honestly, like I don't put a lot of mechanics into
See, there you
finances.
go. You thinking too currency, bro. You thinking too money. See, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what
Exactly.
kills us all is
I want to get rid of all of it because now this is where it gets interesting. If you really did it like Minecraft, where you develop your own resources for every aspect of what you want to do, then you can start breaking away. Like I could realistically build my own forge at this point from raw materials, build my own fire to fire that forge, smelt my own metal, form my own needles. Eventually, I could build up enough skill to machine my own tattoo parts, build my own copper coiling, all of it, and build a tattoo gun, produce my own inks. The only part that would be fucking, I don't think I'd be able to do is make rubber bands. And the rubber gaskets, I would have to make some kind of wood gasket or something like that to work, but still, I could eventually make wiring. Like, you can learn all the shit to where every man is his own village, but every village just like what's that game? Fucking Clash of Clans. And you just build your little kingdom, and then it's next to another kingdom and another kingdom, and everybody just gets along because everybody doesn't have to rely on anybody for shit unless something happens. Like, hey, did you hear about Thompson's farm down the road? Fucking their pump broke and their plants dried out overnight. They just lost half their crop of herb. They're gonna need some medicine. And so everybody goes, hey, we got this much extra, we got that much, let's all chip in and hook that guy up. And everybody stays afloat. Everybody always talks about being level and floating and being natural and this and that. Then all they're arguing is semantics and land ownership. Why not get everybody floating on the tide so we can all enjoy the fucking view of the sunset as we chill with our ladies drinking wine, smoking a big fat backwoods in the sunshine, just thanking God for every day we get to just spend in this perfection. People that think this earth is hell and just a prison, and they're closed-minded and they're really not seeing it for what it is, or they're purposely out there to deceive people for whatever motivated reason they have. There's a catalog of them. They're called mental defects, mental disorders, and some people are just plain evil, and they get a wicked thrill out of it. Just like when you're a kid and you'd steal something, and you get that fucking electrical charge in your brain, like I got away with shit. And then when you're older, you get that same fucked up tingle when you're driving along doing nothing wrong and the cop lights pop up and you're like, I don't miss those sensations at all. I had to break my mind, spirit, and body to get the knowledge and power and gifts I've attained. And my magic is mine, and God knows it, and I know it, and I can operate without fear, without discipline, beyond the discipline I have learned to apply to myself based on what was handed down to me by the forefathers and the Creator. Because it all goes hand in hand when you really start to walk in step with your true purpose and your true nature. You're not worried about what body you're going to be in when you die or what happens when you die. You're worried about that guy you see that's been fucking drunk every day for the last 10 years. Why nobody's figured out a way to get him to stop drinking? What's the cause of this shit? How do you cure this polluted stream flowing in front of you? All you people that claim you can heal people and you're going to manifest this and that. You tell me how I get Lisa the drunk to stop drinking. I started another channel with her 9 years ago, 10 years ago, 11 years ago. I don't even remember now. And it was her at the pier, drunk, talking some racist garbage to some Mexican fishermen. And they didn't even give a fuck. They were just laughing it off. And she still comes in front of the store to this day, just as drunk, just as zesty and crazy. She just doesn't flash her pussy anymore or show those nasty fucking kitty. God damn, I digress on that. Get out of my head. But it's like
Yeah,
realistically,
you gotta get into a happy zone, bro. Yeah, you
I
gotta
know
get
I'm
some
happy,
type of happy in your life, man.
dude. I'm straight, man. I want to solve this shit. It doesn't impact me beyond I feel compassion and I feel sad that nobody's been able to crack it. But to me, it inspires me to okay. I see her on a semi-regular basis, maybe once a week, twice a week in front of the store during my smoke break. So I use that 10 minutes to do little mental tune-ups like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Someone steal your bike? Are you okay? Do you need blankets? Do you need thermal clothes? Do you need socks? Because any of that shit, I can find the scrap ones that we're going to throw out in the trash and hook people up if I need to, discount it for them and be like, yo, I'm going to put all this shit on discount because it's missing stuff. So there's like a packet of, thermal clothes and a blanket, and because we just make up little Ziploc bags or whatever we want and price it, and then that's like the discount bin because it's a dollar store, so we can't really have like a 75% sale. So yeah, like I do the little things on holidays. People can come in if you're homeless. You can come in and get like free cans of food, like the dented shit that we're not supposed to sell. If they can find those, we'll dent cans of meat and shit up for them. Or be like, oh, if someone left this turkey out too long, you guys go take it home with each family, shit like that. Like that's when you really start making the change. Slowly but surely, those ripples will build outward, and you'll see it. Even if you don't change the whole world, the people around you will notice that you're trying to make a difference, and it inspires them to try to make a difference. And even if you're only localized, it's still pretty nice just to have a cool, chill place. Like I go to work, nobody stresses on me. We're not stabbing each other in the back or talking shit. If someone's not doing their job, we will say, hey man, they're slacking, They're fucking my job up, making more work for me. Please ask them to stop. And it stops. We don't need none of the bullshit. We've eliminated it all. It's a happy hive. And everybody could get that way without joining a cult or without thinking they're better than other people. Thinking they invented every goddamn thing under the sun or got stolen from or stole it. Or everybody's got to let go of all of it. Everybody fucked up. You all got fucked up ancestors. I got fucked up relatives right now. Like, ain't nobody perfect in this world. We all fucked up at least once. That was the whole point of the story. You mess up and you get back up and you get forgiven and you keep it going, keep trucking. People lost their way because the teachers became corrupt and wanted to live off the fat of the land. We let them. Everybody was so scared of judgment and scared of hell. We let them trample us. We let them fucking dictate to us for too long. But now it's changed. There's no going back. And they know it and we know it. They've always known it.
Yeah.
We've always known.
Yeah, I like how you said that. It ain't no going back. And
Do you know anything about quantum physics?
Huh?
Have you ever seen the one quantum physics video on the split particle theory? Where they slow down a proton to a certain speed and they shoot it.
See, that's what I'm trying to.
Right?
I'm glad we're on the same page. That's crazy. Cause see, what I'm trying to say is, hold on though. This is all I'm trying to say, just real quick. Ain't trying to say you wrong or right. I'm just trying to say there's nothing new under the sun, but this stuff that we're in right now. I begin.
Exactly. I agree to that.
That's what I try to say. That's what makes it dangerous.
With that being said, my point was, you've seen the quantum physics video where they do the particle experiment and they shoot the particle protons through a slit in the paper? And based on the observer, the particle can change which path it took.
Yeah, because I heard they was doing that stuff they threw it through a mountain. Like they'll take the particle or the ray and they'll throw it through a tube, and it's so powerful or something. They gotta go through a mountain, and then when they go through the mountain, they come through the other side of the mountain. They capture this. I mean, it's amazing how powerful it is. So
Hold on, I'll draw a diagram. This one's like, all right, it's like, all right, so say these little 2 Pac-Man pellets are your protons, right? And this little sheet of paper has 2 slits in it. Now, when you fire it through, the proton pellets go through portal A, right? That's where they travel through because they're expected to travel through them. But if you send in another observer to watch and they expect a different outcome, it reverses it and changes it over to that. And then I started thinking about like the universality of forgiveness. And it's like the whole existence is that slit theory. God's the observer. And he just decides and can change. And it's, fuck, dude, it blew my mind. I call it mental prolapse. But it really makes sense if you study the particle theories and start trying to comprehend that shit. It's really deep, a lot of metaphysical shit, but there's also a lot of pseudo out there that you have to avoid. Because those people are cool. But once you start believing crazy dogma shit, then it's like you're just repeating bumper stickers. You're not really, like, if you got proof to your pudding, I'm down to watch your shit and believe you. You tell me you can levitate, show me that shit. But if you can't, don't say you can do shit. Don't say anything you can't do, like, because someone's going to call you on it. And they might be that kind of person who's crazy and they're going to beat your ass over it, or they might spit on you. And I've had Coca-Cola dumped on my head. Like, you never know what people will do. Like, you asshole. I'm just like, not the face, not the face.
crazy.
Wonder if
Man,
we
this
could
stuff is dope though.
turn this place out like the East Coast. Turn this into like a little speakeasy titty bar. I'm just kidding. That'd be hilarious though. Like, where you going? Yo, man, there's like a tiny ass strip club across town. It's one room and a kitchen, but they got liquor and weed and like 3 girls that dance on a stool. Like, yep, y'all can sit on the floor, Indian style, happy as clams. Oh, look close and personal disco lights. Bah, bah, bah. Nah. We sit on this property because it's Southern California and it's centrally located where we're in town. There's good property to keep track on because when we sell out, it's valuable. Because for whatever reason, despite all the people being out of work and everybody having to rely on stimulus, somehow the housing market and the rates haven't gone down, which is really weird because usually when there's no work and there's no taxes and there's no money being really generated the way it should, those things tend to plummet a little bit so people can afford them again. We need a financial person.
I'm not a God fear. That's wrong to say. I'm a God respecter. I'm not a God fear. I respect the Creator, and whatever was created in the last 100 to 150 years in the Bible, I think this is the time where they say this is the end as we know it.
Whether or not it was God's word, they're making it happen as best they can. That's the way I see it. Whether someone chooses to personally believe in Jesus or Buddha, or, you know, great. Believe all the good things. That's what I think God would really want for you. Find truth, find every grain of truth you can in everything and hold on to it. Because if it's truth, it's of God. It's of the Creator. It's of the Most High, right? Because there can only be truth in the Most High. So if that grain of truth, then that's the piece of the Most High that holds even evil together. And that's evil's ultimate undoing. That it can't be without that piece that God put into it. That's why we ultimately win. We just have to learn to accept it and change our ways. Just like it says. Every holy book says it. Every psychiatry textbook says it. Every fucking sitcom, every movie, every cartoon, it all says the same thing. Straighten up and fly right, Johnny, and you'll do good in life. Keep fucking around and stealing and robbing people and shooting people and making babies you can't afford, doing all that dumb shit, and you're going to end up in the same fucking gutter, the same hole. You're going to be in the same enslavement forever, and it doesn't matter if you're in chains or you're in a cage, because your only real problem is your mind. You're enslaved to fucking stupid ideas and ignorance, and everybody's trying their best to throw you a life rope. People like that need the help. And some people's job is to help them, and other people's job is to coach those people. Everybody's got their part to play. We just got to get the learning back on track. Get rid of all this Common Core bullshit. Get rid of teaching to standardized testing. Get rid of, like, fuck all that. Teach people shit they can use. Teach people shit that's going to expand their mind. You know, the way they taught people the first part of this century that we know about, everybody came up with some pretty amazing shit real good, real quick. They came up with TVs. They came up with radios. I can heal people with a crystal. Yeah, I've never seen it proven to this day, but, you know, if you've seen it, show me and I'll believe you. I don't want to be a doubter. I just haven't seen it with my own eyes yet to verify it. But the scientist can show me that he took a crystal and made a radio, or crushed that stuff up and added fluid to it and made a liquid crystal display television. So yeah, there is inherent power to the natural materials we got. It's just not some superstitious thing to me, you know? Because it's not superstition, it's just the knowledge we're meant to have. We're meant to know the natural law. Don't kill people, don't steal, don't cheat with someone's person. You know, all the basic shit. Don't molest kids. Don't fucking kill animals for fun. Don't do bad shit. Be a good guy. I don't know. I can reiterate that point over and over and over again, because it's the right point. And you don't have to define it with nationality. You don't have to define it with ownership paperwork. There's no deed to it. Nobody claims they own it. It's just reality. Being good is right. It's the essence of
But
righteousness.
ignorance of the law is no excuse, though.
Well, here's the funniest part, right? The more you get into the people trying to break away from it, what do they say? We're going to manifest this. We're going to manifest that, right? And then I always want to say, you mean you're going to manifest destiny? And I want someone to be like, yeah, and then realize what they said and be like, oh shit, we're the colonists. Because that's the path that they were on. It's the same path as always. Fucking Babylon. Phoenician subversive copycat factions. It was every culture. Every culture got polluted, I'll say. They all had a nice fresh stream of knowledge and thought and water, and the cities were all awesome, and everybody floated around on boats, and we had hydroelectrics and solar, because everybody learned to harness photosynthesis, basic and easy, with basic raw materials. You don't need that much to make a solar panel or a solar cell. You can literally make the solar cell probably fucking, I think it's 20 minutes preparation and execution. You have to mix up your little paste. It's berry paste and titanium dioxide powder. You mix that shit up, put your wires in your glass, you super glue the shit, bam, you got your solar cell. ready to go as soon as the glue's dry. But you can make it any size you want. So the more resources you have on hand, the more you can make. You got to teach people to want to learn that stuff and not think of it as like, wow, they're smart. They're too smart. No, it's knowledgeable. Smart to me and intelligent to me just means you have more of a natural leaning towards wanting to get knowledge versus wanting to get some other form of gratification for your brain. Like some people really love competitive sports or competition in general. Some people like arguments. Some people like fucking sitting on the beach eating ice cream and talking shit. Like, you know, something for everyone. But for me, I like to just read and learn everything I possibly ever can, just for the fun of learning it. I beat my mom at Trivial Pursuit one time, and she's really, 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 really knowledgeable. She knows a lot of shit. I beat her once, and I was like, yeah. Time is it? It's almost 5. I'm gonna shut down in I'm gonna shut it down in 5 minutes. I gotta crash because I gotta be at work at 3. Then I gotta go to the bank in the morning, get my pay.
No problem, bro. I'm just on my computer, man.
It's getting nice.
All I'm doing is on my computer, brother.
Yeah, it's all early. It's early morning on the East Coast. That's early morning here. 2 nice 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm about to start my stuff off here real soon.
I know I'll have to catch it when I wake up. If it's still going, or watch the replay.
Say that. Oh, it's all good, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, man, this was great. It was an excellent conversation as always. People have any arguments, you'd be like, that guy's crazy. Be like, nah, man.
Yeah. Support over here too, brother.
Tell them to see how we roll over here, and then they'll have a different idea about us. They'll be like, okay, that guy's not crazy. We're trying to divide anybody. I just think differently.
That comes from the dividers, man. That comes from the dividers.
Facts. That's all they can do. Everybody out there in TV land, have a good night, good morning, wherever you happen to be. Peace in the Middle East. Free Tibet.
Yes, yes.
Squash the bear. Dicks out for Harambe. Free baby Jessica from that well. I'll check you in the morning, man. Laters.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.